All right, let's go ahead and get started. Did you really not save again? Hold on. Oh, we're good. Okay. All right, so today we're finishing our little exploration of all the guns. And so we are going to be playing with basically the rest of the guns, which is going to entail the LMGs, heavy machine guns. I guess I haven't included grenade launchers. We can probably just pencil in grenade launchers too, though the big thing with grenade launchers, right, is right now the XM25 is really only usable. So there's not much to talk about grenade launchers really. It's just like use the XM25, the rest are bugged. For now. We might change in the future. But covering the LMGs, the HMGs, so only not too many here. Then we have all of the shotguns. At least we'll start with the the regular surplus shotgun, because I actually do bring this quite a bit as a backup gun. And I feel like we should just go and get this out of the way with Painless. Start strong. We can always go back to it later, but yeah, Painless. So if you're unfamiliar, you get Painless from a quest from Eurasia called Hostile Expungement. It just involves you killing some Europans. It's super easy to get. It's actually worth a bit of money too, so like you can just do that quest for extra money selling this. It's real fun to use. It's like the gun you bring in when you just want to murder everything. And it can do so too. Now, with the accuracy changes on the AI though, I will say, like, you can get shredded if you're not careful, but you can mow down a lot of guys with this gun. And it's not even remotely close. You can technically kill... So, in regards to... It's probably one of the fastest guns to kill outside of auto shotguns in regards to... That's not a grenade launcher for, like, exos. The only problem is it's just a little bit... It's just a little bit too... It's a little bit too slow. Like, if you take a heads-up fight versus an exo and you're not in cover, you will get close to killing it, but you will lose that fight. Unlike, say, with a grenade launcher or a shotgun, you can generally win those fights just barely. Alright, gonna start out strong with a good old plug pull on Mech Trench. With all the corridors in like CQB, it's pretty easy just to like mow down everything. We will be doing some melee today too. Most units, I imagine, are just gonna be two-shot melees. I am curious if any of the units outside of the cyborgs and crawlers, the scramblers, are one-shot meleeable. I tend to doubt it, but we'll see.
Contact, crew, stay there. We'll find you.
I would actually love though too if like there's actually eventually like reasons to use the MG34, like the bayonet giving you a lot extra damage in melee. God, I forgot how big Bagman is. Maybe we can start our first melee test on this poor guy walking up here. Come here, you. Alright, elites are 3 melee hits. AKA, if they're not alone, don't melee them. Really, it's probably pretty well known though. Alright, let's do a summoning. We can't close that door, that's unfortunate. And like the big thing too is its rate of fire is so high, like even if you don't get headshots, it just mows over everything. Yeah, Alan. There is in fact melee in the game. It's not often used. But we're doing everything today. We're basically doing the remainder of things we haven't done in previous streams in the last week. So basically all the other weapons, and technically melee is a weapon in some regard. And it can be useful sometimes, but it's mainly useful for really just cyborgs. I need a line of soldiers to murder. Unfortunately, they're all like separate.
Taking fire.
It just makes it so easy. I will say, if they ever change stagger though, that is like the giant perk of this gun, is nothing can survive the staggering. In these situations where we don't stagger the unit, like the EXO, it's actually not great. It feels like we're not having too many infantry today. Maybe they saw us bringing in Bagman with the freaking Painless and we're just like, we're gonna stay home today, thanks. Ow. Shotgun still hurt. God, shotgun's bad. Through the railing also. Oh, and we have a jump too. That's awesome. I love jumps.
Find me some new upgrades.
I will say I'm a bit confused. I mean, we're noticeably bigger. I doubt they need to do this. It would be fun though, or interesting. Changing the amount you jump with pneumatic jump depending on your character. So like for example, when you're Scav Girl and you weigh nothing probably, you go really high with the jump. And with Bagman, that's just more of a way to actually jump with him. Surprisingly quiet today on this map. Huh, interesting. Alright, well, on we go. Turns out Painless is still fantastic. It won't solve, like it can get you out of spots where you wouldn't normally survive, but it won't.
But if I was,
If you're in a bad spot, like for example on that staircase, you're still probably gonna die a lot of the time. Yeah, really, considering how strong shotguns are right now, even for the AI, just like give everything shotguns. It does kind of make sense though in trench warfare, or like CQB warfare. I imagine armor should change it though eventually, but... What did we learn? That Painless is still goated. Like, it's probably one of the few guns that can get away with not being silenced, because you can just deal with whatever's coming from not being silenced. There are definitely certain spots on the map, right, where like, for example, on the crawler on Mesa, you can easily probably go through all of your ammo there and like still get overwhelmed. All right, let's go ahead and use this so I can know if I need to go back and fetch it again. So this is the Vepr 12. It's currently a bitch to get. The main reason why is because this can only be found either from pickup in raid and nothing drops it really, or off your donation box. There's no other way to obtain this gun. you could get it from water scavengers during your quest to like protect your innards, though because you can't force that quest anymore, you basically only can get this through the donation box or from cheesing the time on your PC. So if you didn't know, let's go over there real quickly. This game runs on the local time of your computer. So if you prefer not having to deal with things like, say, for example, the cooldown on traders, or for example, you want to farm a Vepr 12, if you just, you know, change the clock on your PC by a day, and then return to main menu and come back in, there'll be a new item in here, and the vendors will be reset. Technically, this is cheating in some regards. It's basically kind of like cheating the system a bit, but it's a PvE game. It's on you if you do it or not. If you want to do it, go ahead. If you don't, then don't. But it's a way of getting things that you can't normally obtain or getting around resets. All right, we forgot to do plug pull. We went there, we let him live. Yeah, no, they did mention too, or there are always the things around, right, where you aggro apparently quicker if you have lower rep. All right, so Vepr 12. Now, the one perk of this, it has a little bit less capacity than the AA-12, 7 rounds. The perk, though, being is it's like one of the few shotgun. It's the only auto shotgun, really. I think it's the only one, right? That can actually have a rail. I don't think the USAS ever gets a rail. Yeah, it doesn't. USAS does get some, I guess, some things, right? No. So yeah, the main perk of Vepr 12, right, is the ability to put a holo on it or put like an optic on it that you want, or actually be able to use a flashlight or a laser. Mainly just a flashlight, right? The base magazine for it is like a large magazine, so it's only 10 rounds. It's really easy to farm experience though with the Vepr 12, so like it's remarkably easy. So one thing we need to do here too is, because these shotguns aren't silenced, let's go ahead and bring a backup gun just in case. Just something to like kill some units off and not aggro the entire map if we need to. I did not realize I was that low on 7.62. Alright. We don't need much of this, just like 200 rounds is perfectly fine. It would be interesting if they actually did that right. I'm not sure. They're using Lumen, which is apparently Unreal 5's non-ray trace sliding method. I'm not sure how much data that actually has. Like if the data on like the light in this particular area is past the game at all, or actually like detected. I haven't done like anything in Unreal Engine 5 or 4. I only use Unity, so I'm entirely unfamiliar. That's bloody. So we are going to go to the crawler and do some good old shotgunning. Which mainly, let's talk to Europa. Europa will go some nice quests to kill some cyborgs. There we go, mercy killing. And call the herd. I like how there's like multiple different quests just to do the same thing. For Europa, like they hate cyborgs that much. It's like, yeah, just, you know, here's like 3 quests, just go kill some cyborgs for us. Please and thank you. I will say that, like, there's definitely, it feels like there's inspiration for, like, there's definitely some Kojima / Metal Gear Solid kind of inspiration. Like, in the artwork, I would say. Maybe not the game itself currently, but in the artwork, it kind of feels like there's some, like, Metal Gear Solid here and there. And to, like, actually do, like, a full stealth system would definitely lean into that a bit.
Crew, stay there. We'll find.
Hey, zombie. But yeah, Pepper 12. It has a flashlight. It's amazing. It's like, it's the only reason where it's like why you would want it over the AA-12 really. Is if you want a holo and you want a flashlight. Yeah, it should be. I think we've successfully covered everything. Melee's probably like the one big thing. For sure, little Papa. The ability to pick up corpses and hide them. I'm not gonna lie, so my first experience with heavily low FPS animations were in D&D Online, and it immediately threw me off the game. I don't know what it is about them, but they immediately just... If I will take pixel graphics over a diminished quality in animation, I will go down to 720p or I'll go down to 480p before I will accept like low FPS animations. It's a personal nitpick. I have learned that I'm not sure how you guys feel about it, but nothing makes me more aggravated about the feeling of a game more than just like animations that feel slow or just sluggish or weird like that, right? It immediately pulls me out more than anything else. And I know it comes basically, I think, baked in to the game, or baked into Unreal Engine 5 or Unreal. I don't. Was it even in 4? I don't remember seeing like that level of like animation LOD in 4. So I'm guessing they maybe did some integration in 5 to make it almost like a base thing of this engine. I just really hope, make it a setting. I will gladly change that setting to be like the best and make everything else the worst if I have to. I want smooth animations from far away, or like at least from like 60 to 30, not from like 30 to 12. Ow. Snipers, please. I'm sorry. What is hitting me? Up there? Probably up there. See, no, it's not even that though. Like, I don't care about like bad animations. I care about the it's not even about animations that don't make sense. It's about animations that look weird. Like that sucks. Like you see like the guys like recoiling and moving around, right? Because the rigging is weird, I guess. The recoil animation's weird. Or like the impact animation's weird, not rigged properly. But like, I'm okay with that a lot more than just the FPS on the animations being low. And I'll show you what I mean too if you're unfamiliar. Like, I feel like it's pretty apparent, but I'll show you guys too after we get out of here. So, to the surprise of no one, auto shotguns are good. And like, the biggest thing too about auto shotguns, they're one of the guns, it's like one of the few things in the game that doesn't have blinding muzzle flare. So like, you can actually shoot this gun and be able to see. It's quite nice. In contrast, I can't see. I can see. But basically, the point I'm mentioning here, right, in the sense of, essentially, if you are like far away from units, it will degrade the quality of the animations to make them more performative. And the problem with that, though, is the way you make animations do better, performance-wise, is you start lowering the frames or the steps of animation, right? And so you get this like really weird, stuttery motion from far away, which looks just insanely weird. I mean, considering we have like a Vietnam era M16, I would not be surprised if we see more interesting guns like that. Though, once again, I will state my preference for more like homebrewy guns. And so I could definitely see like a homebrew or scav lever action. All right. Hey. Now, I will say there is a downside to the crawler. They have fixed a lot of the hunter killers to not spawn so close to you, but it seems that this crawler just has so few spots for them to spawn. They will just like immediately respawn and start murdering you.
We got to count. Push them back.
Oh, HKs never change. I swear, I'm not sure what it is, but like I felt like definitely felt like there was some gap. Like after the expansion, right, the content patch, HKs didn't seem to be this aggressive. It felt like they snuck something in a small patch here or there for these HKs. So like in the case of regards to animations, right, like right here, if you look on the road, the infantry in front of the mech, they have kind of this very like, that's almost stuff I would expect to like, the animation quality for that makes you think it's like off map. It's that like, when I think of animations of that quality, I think of things that are like sprites off map for ambiance that you traditionally don't zoom in that far for. But because these are directly interactable units, the quality of animations or the frames of the animation shouldn't be this low. Or rather, I wish there was a setting to change that. What's on fire? I like everything for the most part. Over here there's a mech, right? Yeah, I'm not sure if we should have suppressors really for shotguns. Not until armor is included, right? There could definitely be some interesting compromises with armor and suppressors and so on and so forth. And the problem is too, like, you can tell, like, it's not even that far away when it starts degrading. Yeah, there's HKs. All right, time to leave. The HKs want us to leave. Though, like, I will say, like, one thing too that like Tarkov does have going for it is the ergo stat, the ergonomic stat for Tarkov. If you're unfamiliar, it affects how quickly you can like ADS or aim down sights with your shotgun. It essentially affects the handling of the gun, not just shotguns itself. And so it will kind of, oh, cyborgs. It's a way of balancing guns that you know have a lot of like stuff on and make unwieldy. And that's usually one of the drawbacks of shotguns, right? Is like the MP series, or like, you know, shotguns aren't oversized by any means, but when you start throwing suppressors or optics or a lot of stuff on them, oh, we don't have this one, I forgot. We've been city runs. They become a little bit, they can become cumbersome and large. And the way Tarkov would like balance it right is you would ADS slower. And these HKs are being quite aggressive today. It definitely felt like something has changed since the content patch, at least in some small capacity. We have burned through so many meds right now too. My God. Really? Why, drones? Slugs would be interesting. I do love me a slug shotgun. So we're not going through the crawler here because I don't have any meds left. I don't feel comfortable trying to murder everything. Hey Gallo, how's it going? Yeah, it's the thing too, like drones just tend to shoot you without aggroing still. I imagine too they're probably getting extra information fed for like, so one big thing about the HKs, they're dangerous to some extent, but one big aspect about them is they aggro units nearby too onto you. So for example, back on Mech Trench, for example, we saw a bunch of diamonds, red diamonds on the stairways before we even like saw them. And that was because there was an HK on the stairs, which immediately aggroed that entire squad to come help them kill us, basically. Yeah, I can definitely see that being the case with these drones too. Now, a curious thing also, I was looking at the Eurasian drone a bit, and I noticed that there isn't actually a gun, a visible gun on the Eurasian drone. Like, it shoots from its like mid-thorax or like under its belly, but there's no like weapon there at all. It just basically comes from like the center mass of it. So it feels like it's a placeholder for now. It feels like the drones aren't supposed to be able to shoot for Eurasia, but rather the drones for Eurasia are actually supposed to be like the unit that shoots on the drones is probably supposed to be the rider and not the drone itself. Though there is like that weird like actual stinger on the drone too for Eurasia. So maybe it is supposed to actually like melee you and not try to shoot you. It's weird. It definitely doesn't seem like it's supposed to shoot you because it has no gun. Another thing too, right, is unlike the Eurasian drone, sorry, the European drone that actually has like a visible device to lift the drone, there's nothing actually on the Eurasian drone to like make it fly. At least that I've seen. If it's moving fast enough, it does kind of have like a jet to some degree. Like it has like a kind of like a ramjet or like a jet that you would expect to like on a jet, right? In regards to like it takes things from the front, puts it out the back, and the thrust pushes it through the air and it elevates that way. But it has no wings, so it just floats around. So it makes me almost kind of think too that the Eurasian drone maybe isn't supposed to even fly. And maybe it's more of like a crawler unit. And, you know, naturally you're looking too far into it. It could just, you know, be that there's no modeled like things for it to fly right now, or never supposed to be. It's supposed to have like high-tech flying anti-grav or whatever, right? But I'm just saying, because it would be thematically cool to have, like, these Eurasian drones acting almost like insects crawling against ceilings and walls. It'd be insanely creepy too, right? Like, their whole thing is they're almost like half spiders, half insects. They walk around on walls and ceilings and try to melee you, because they're supposed to abduct units. Just terrifying. Okay. Shotgun, good. Though we did aggro insanely quickly with it. Like, very, very quickly. Way more than I would say. Like, I'm curious if the unsilenced aspect of a lot of these guns is causing a lot more aggro. Alright, so we've used two good guns so far. Let me buy a saw. We've used two good guns so far. Yeah, it seems that it definitely felt like Gallo, they snuck something in recently to, like, have different guns and the loudness start aggroing things more. I'm not sure if I haven't used the 36M in a while, but like the few times we used the 36M last stream, it would like pull you like HKs off the first or second shot. Alright, it's time. Actually, we need to wait for a reset. It might be time for the RPD, but like I don't think we have enough ammo for it really. Yeah, not really. So let's go over to another bad gun, the MG34. At least I think it's bad. It might not be. Oh yes, the snub barrel. I feel like to get the full effect of this gun though, you need to use it the full barrel. This will make it actually easy to see. Now, a perk you could say with this gun is you do get the ability to use an optic and also a suppressor, which is, you know, it's nice. So that's a nice feature to have. But there is a pretty significant drawback to this thing, and I will show you as such. Just 8 and 8 again. Let's bring in a surplus shotgun, just in case. 500 rounds should be enough. Well, let's just do a little bit more. I made sure to stock up on 308 as you can see. Though I imagine we'll burn through it pretty quickly. And quest-wise, maybe Gallo, although I wouldn't say that because the Grin, the open infantry use shotguns all the time. Yeah, like different weapons, like, because they can tell it would be interesting, Gallo, if like using a weapon of a certain faction helped you, like kind of almost fit in a bit to not draw their attention. Like, say for example, if you were shooting a Scar, your opens would think that you're friendly and maybe not come investigate. That would be an interesting system. Yeah, Commander, this week or next week. Interestingly enough, too, I'm not sure how much devs get a heads up of Steam sales popping up. Also, let's do Nexus. Yeah, let's do Nexus. I'm not sure how much of a forward like developers get in regards to things like a notification on Steam sales, because the Steam Christmas or holiday sale does start on the 19th. So if they wanted to do like a small like discount, like 10-20%, and then also do the content patch, I can see that being a thing. I almost assuredly think it can't be later than the 19th, though I have no idea. But I would also not be surprised if it coincided with the Steam sale. Alright, so this is the MG34. It looks really cool. Like, the bayonet, it actually is like one of the few guns, right, that actually has that kind of very fitting aesthetic to the setting. The only real downsides, though, we'll show third person first. We're in controlled burst right now, but you can tell there's a lot of like actual recoil shake and movement on the screen, even in a small burst like that. And like if you were trying to like mag dump an EOD, for example, and you were getting headshots for whatever reason, like look, that's no recoil control, but like recoil control is still just like moving the screen around a lot. And when you reset, it pulls you down immediately. So the handling is less than great. And if you're familiar with the MG34 or the MG42, right? This is that first off was amazing because they collided each other. But the rate of fire on this is insanely low for a machine gun or even just like an MG34, right? Like it's like a regular rifle. It's like 600, 700, 800 RPM, where it should be like 3,000, right? Is it 3,000 for the MG34? I know it's like insanely high for the MG34. Hold on. While we wait for the next wave to spawn. Oh no, it's about 1,500 RPM, so it's about basically probably about double what we usually see right now. So it's probably about half the actual RPM it should be. All right, weird change. Now, with the change to headshot multipliers, though, I will say a lot of these 308 guns did get a lot better. If you weren't here for the rifle stream, essentially it seems like 308 is the only caliber in the game now that can reliably one-shot all infantry on all normal infantry variants. So like your you know, these guys, your grins, all your opens, basically all their opens will die to one-shots except for EODs. Now, the big armored Eurasians, that's not gonna be the case, but nothing really one-shots them rifle-wise anyway. But like, say for example, these elite soldiers, right? This will an RPK will no longer one-shot these to the head, but this can. And this is the only gun able to do that, right? In like a rifle caliber. So it does have that saving grace now. Now, unfortunately, it does have the curse of the 308, which is only 200 rounds per reset, essentially. Another big thing too about it also is like, so you have like the really like aggressive vertical and horizontal shaking in third person. Unlike a lot of the guns where the reticle is just too high or too low, mainly just too high, this is also off center a bit. So you don't need to compensate only for, you can kind of see like free double, right? You can see that it's actually, I guess it's mainly hitting where the, so okay, so what's happening here, right, is it's the recoil is up and to the left. And so when we're doing spray control, or it's like, so you can see here, for example, the reticle is to the top left of where we're actually hitting. So we have to compensate both vertically and horizontally for this gun's recoil and aiming down sights, which makes it feel awful. I think Commander 2, it's different teams also. I know they were talking about passives and actives for characters. Like they want to kind of go into like the more, it definitely seems like they do want to flesh out their characters quite a bit. Which does make sense too, right? I know like a lot of them are artists and like character design is definitely probably something that they vibe heavily with. And you definitely want to make your like distinct, you know, distinct characters feel different. Ow. Yep, there's shotguns. There's the shotguns. Oh, they hurt so much. Watch. It'd be funny if like Fundog paid us back for using auto shotguns. Imagine if there was an EXO variant where, and I can see this too, right? Because it would almost make sense in like trench or urban warfare. You replace both of the arms and exos with auto shotguns, like giant caliber auto shotguns. Oh man. Or for example, on the mech trench, right, there are upscaled shotguns on the mechs that are just like, they're not in game currently for the mechs, but imagine a mech shotgun, the pellets in that, like, it could fire birdshot, or the mech equivalent of birdshot. It basically, I guess, would be human shot at that point, right? Like a giant mech-sized shotgun filled with upscaled birdshot. How terrifying that would be. The amount of like dust and debris and shit that would kick up too would be amazing. You just like see like a giant, like you see like a giant horde of cyborgs coming over the hill, and then you just see a medium mech for your Opa just pulls out a shotgun and just demolishes the whole horde. It's literally a punt gun. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to find a throwaway, like, before the headshot change, this gun did feel a lot worse, I will give it that. So, it does feel like the bullets actually do damage now with the 308, or with the MG34. The problem is, like, the handling is just, like, not good. You're much better off just bringing an upscaled, like, SA-58 that actually feels good to use, as opposed to bringing that. It's only a 25 round difference, really, too. It's not like that marginal of increasing capacity. Like, so with this we get 75 rounds. What's it weigh to? This is weighs 12. What's the SA-58? Weighs, yeah, a fraction of that too. Like, you're better off bringing this than you are bringing an MG34, I would feel like. And it's kind of like felt like the case too with a lot of these LMGs, because you can't customize these a lot. You get to the kind of the point where you're just better off bringing enough, like a better rifle. It's probably why too all of these have like silencers also, because they realize that there's not much point in bringing these if you just made them like unsilenced machines. If they up the rate of fire a bit or something like that, I could definitely see the case being different, but... Now, in the last patch, I did prefer the M60 over the MG34, at least in regards to feel. I wonder if I'm still going to feel the same about that, though. Now, it does have 100 rounds over 75, so it does have double the capacity of SA-58. I guess it's going to be probably much more of like a love or hate, depending on if you like the irons or not. Let's do a mausoleum. Mausoleum. Entry point will do pipes. Yeah, I could definitely see that being the case too. I would honestly, I kind of want to see more in place weapon teams also. Like, or like the turrets actually working. I know that guy said, or alluded to, like I said, we don't know if he works for Fundog or not, but we'll say he does for now. That like the guns we're gonna see in a second are mainly for anti-air. But I definitely do think, much like Astra Militarum, you would have like in-place weapon teams for Europa on a map like this, where like it's very clear that they're defending the lines of trenches against, you know, Europa or your reagents coming down. I basically want to see Brownings. I want to see lots of Brownings or like other machine guns, emplacements, and so on and so forth. Things that make the sideline trenches terrifying. Yeah, I'm definitely not the biggest fan of that. I can see, I kind of know why they did it. I don't think that's always going to be the case, but I saw it on the subreddit too, right? Someone complaining about or showing an instance, right, where the AI will still occasionally shoot a stray bullet at you. And if it was actually like realistic bullet speeds, I could imagine that being not fun and immediately noticeable, or much more noticeable. It would probably happen a lot more too, right? Like, as long as you're moving for the most part, you won't usually die to a stray bullet like that. But if it was moving at actual realistic speeds, it would be instant death, right? And for those unfamiliar, right? So there's instances where when two units are like away, not near you, or maybe just a little bit far away from you, that are fighting, and as they're changing targets or as they're fighting, they'll occasionally like take a pot shot at you. So they'll like break their fighting against the other unit and they'll shoot at you and then go back to fighting. Definitely not intentional, it just seems to be a targeting issue. But when you're talking about mechs though, giant mechs with like rounds that one-shot you, it doesn't feel great. Yeah, this feels immediately better too. It feels slightly higher rate of fire than the MG34, which feels a bit weird, though that could just be the sound effect. Recoil wise, we don't have that like really aggressive like horizontal shaking like we see in the MG34. And so it's really just a question, because you can't change the sights on this, is do you mine these sights? And they still do have the like slight issue of being off and to the right. I think they're easier to use than the MG34s though. Like if I was gonna use an LMG and it was gonna be in 308 for the damage reasons, I would pick this over the MG34 every single time. Like, not even really close. It's just really a question is, do you hate the irons or not? What am I hearing? Drones exploding? No, but I would love to see like in-place weapon teams just like going crazy here, right? And just lighting up the hill. On we go. Yeah, just imagine an EXO, and it does have hands too, right? Like I could definitely see it having like an actual gun it uses eventually. I see going back to the point is like, I would love to see just giant shotguns. That's definitely one way of too of keeping you in cover in the trench lines when you have these massive collateral damage guns on things like on these EXOs and mechs. It would give you a good reason to stay in the trenches and make you feel like, sure, they're not trying to kill me, but because of all the fighting going on, I might just become collateral damage. So I need to be smart and stay in cover. Or stay away from fights. I mean, to be, yeah, that's literally like, hold on here, come here, you. We're in a good spot to show this off, right? Just, all these guns for the mechs are currently, we might see more like, I will say the Scar and like this giant AK for the mechs right now, they are a little bit designed differently, but like the base is clearly designed off of these guns, right? This is just a giant MPL. Another giant MPL, which does, like, I will say, like, the aesthetic does match. It does look like it fits. If it was wielding a Glock, right, I'd be much more concerned. And like here we have, for example, the S12. Just the giant fucking shotgun. God. Like, it's literally like a conventional tank-sized shotgun. Just tank your T90, your Abrams, your 120mm smooth bore, and then just fill it with basically giant buckshot. Exactly, just basically just like that. Just like look up the YouTube videos of a tank shotgun round and just like apply that in game. It does kind of work. Then you definitely fall into the realm, right, with Brandon Herrera and trying to make a giant 50 BMG AK where you're like, oh wow, this is getting pretty unwieldy pretty quickly. And so you basically turn a giant AK and 50 BMG into basically an anti-material rifle because it's so unwieldy. You basically have to treat it as such. And I mean, to be fair, there's not really any like conventional weapons anyway that can use 50 BMG for like a regular firearm for soldiers. Hey, Booch. Considering the amount of weight soldiers have to carry and ammo concerns, right? Like, they're already... I don't want to say complaining, right? But I think the complaining is the wrong word for it. But they're already like saying in regards to like, you know, this Fury round, this is it 277 Fury, something like that. It's a lot. It's nice. It's fun. It's the extra power is nice, but at the same time, I carry like a third less rounds now because of the weight. So imagine the poor trooper being issued a rifle and 50 BMG. Like, I can only carry 100 rounds because it's even 100 rounds of 50 BMG would be heavy. I can only bring 80 rounds to combat, so otherwise I can't carry it. All right, I need to find cigarettes. I don't know why I expect them to be in here. Oh man, Ragey, that like reminds me too of like when we might see like white phosphorus or like other chemical or like biological agents. Hey, boo boo. Chemical, biological, or just like incendiary agents. Though I can definitely understand them holding off on that because I imagine like visual particle effects like that definitely probably are very rough on FPS. But I could definitely see instances, right, where... I mean, I don't think there's a Geneva anymore. Or if it is, it's a war-torn version of Geneva. I can't imagine any of the factions caring about ethics. Sir, please no. I could see cluster munitions too. Just like everything that's really effective at killing people, but like usually indiscriminate, just add it to the game. Hey Daniel, this like if we don't see it by the end of this week, my next guess is we're gonna see it probably on or around the 19th, because that's when the Steam sale for holidays or the Christmas area is happening. So I can imagine them like lining up a patch with the Steam holiday sale along with like a small discount, like 10-20%. And I'm curious too, like this will be the first patch also where I'm expecting a bit more fundamental fixes to the game in some capacity. And I don't necessarily mean like, for example, too, like the whole game will be fixed, but more in the sense of like longer term fixes for things that have been issues. Like, for example, this would be like the first patch where I'm really expecting to actually see a change or a fix for ADS alignment and stuff like that. Like, expecting massive fixes like water overhauls and fixes like that after a month of release is a bit unrealistic. But when we start talking about 2-3 months after release, you start getting to the thing where like longer reworks or longer fixes or longer things start coming into play in regards to like a redesign or like starting from scratch or just like fixing a lot of things at once. Yeah, Unreal Engine 5 is kind of a bitch for that reason. Okay, where's the... I'm guessing it's here? Okay, it is there. So, the big post aimed there. So this is the perk of through 8. We're almost like guaranteed to make sure we one-shot these guys. Yeah, I am curious what they're gonna do. I'm still unsure if we'll see a water rework right now. Like, water is such an important system that I can imagine them taking their time with that to making sure they get it right, or at least get an actual, like, a new full-fledged system. Okay, the infantry is dead. The X was unaware. I need cigarettes. Unfortunately, if it turns around and sees us, it's gonna kill us anyway, though. Yeah, I mean, if they give us a new map in this coming patch and change Cemetery from being in progress to like finished, I am genuinely curious. Like, that's actually like pretty nice to see, I guess, too, because it means that like they have a good pipeline for map making, even if it is like unfinished maps. New maps with new aesthetics keeps things fresh. So getting like a new playable character in Gunhead and getting a new map too would do a lot. And especially does a lot too for newer players, giving them a lot of like different options of the game or a lot of content in the game helps out a lot. Okay, cigarettes, please. I need to give my poor friend over here some cigarettes. That's all the ammo. Okay, we have 6. Sell them. I am actually curious about Frozen Swamp too. From dropping and picking up my items, I alerted HKs. Got it. Okay. Well, thankfully we're leaving. It's so Gallo, in regards to like how brutal the rig is, it's not. Wait, did I not? Sir? Take your 6. Where are you? There we go. It's a lot more... I've had reports of people running the games like on 1080s and like lower end machines and it working like 30 FPS or so. The biggest thing I'll say is the game is surprisingly CPU intensive, which is not surprising considering it's all running locally on your machine. There's no servers. Like, for example, I have a 3080 and I'm playing 1440p all high with a 3080, and I basically sit around 60 or 70 on all maps. Elephant Mausoleum being the one exception, but everyone has problems on Elephant Mausoleum. That's not just a me issue. But I have noticed through some testing looking around, unless I go up to like ultra settings, basically, I am more CPU constrained than GPU constrained. So like the game is actually somewhat reliant on having a good to decent processor. Oh yeah, so we're considering the Q&A, Commander, we're assuredly Daniel, yeah, we're in Los Angeles. We're in like the future dystopian hellscape of Los Angeles. We're in the we're like, it's called now the megacity of Los Angeles, and we are assuredly on the west coast of the U.S. They kind of gave us that hint in the Q&A.
in Southern Q&A is that we're on the west coast of the USA. Before, it wasn't exactly sure where we were. Like, you could argue that Los Angeles isn't essentially Los Angeles, but like, we're almost guaranteed there to be there now. At the very least, we're on the west coast of the USA. But like, Los Angeles, I mean, come on. Though, like I said, so that guy was talking about too, like maybe seeing future maps in Europe too. So it would be interesting, right, if we see different operational areas, though I doubt that, because we're scavengers in this city. There's not a lot of reason for us to be in a different area. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. That's definitely probably an Easter egg, I imagine, Little Papa, actually, then. Very interesting. All right, time for the RPD. Now, in regards to LMGs, the MG34 is probably the worst, like, LMG, I would think. But the RPD is like a close second. In regards to obtaining an RPD, it's basically the exact same method as every other gun. It's hard to get, pick it up and raid. A lot of your open infantry will actually use this gun. They'll use either an AK, an RPK, or an RPD. RPD being the rarest one, but you can find this off of them. So if you go to Scorched Enclave, kill enough Eurasian infantry, they will eventually drop a disabled RPD for you to pick up. But like the big reason why this gun is kind of so we have an RPD. It can use a suppressor, but other than that, it essentially has no other upgrades. And so we have a 75 round suppressed RPD with 187 weapon damage. But if we go over to the RPK, which is a rifle and not an LMG, it maybe should be an LMG, we have 224 and 100 rounds, and you know, rails for optics, better stability, so on and so forth. Like the RPD is just a worse RPK, and it's not even close. But like that's a recurring theme we'll always see with these LMGs, right? Is until we get to the saw, right? They're all just worse variants of their rifles. Let's go back to Mech Trench for a second or two. So, Reiji, you can get the PM9. I think it's only off. I think out of the RPD, the Vepr 12, and the PM9, I believe the PM9 is one you can actually get off gachas on Scorched Enclave, as well as Donation Box. I don't think I've seen a unit in-game that actually drops the PM9 currently. The Vepr 12 you can get off the water scavs, but you need to force the mission to happen. The PM9 I think is only gachas and Donation Box. I will say I kind of like the iron to the gun though. Like it looks kind of nice. Even sounds like an RPK. That's all sounds guns. It's not too hard to control either. How bad's the third person aiming? It feels like an RPK so far, which not surprises me at all. It's just worse in every capacity, I guess. All right. And it could easily be the case too. I know like nerfing's not popular, but also like the RPK is just kind of too good. So notice here that was 2 shots, not one, so we aggroed the squad it was attached to. You don't need to. They did fix it in the latest patch to make sprinting, like, the biggest tip I can always give, right? And I give this in my new player advice also. As long as the AI is fighting someone else, you are generally okay to sprint by them. With the changes in the content patch, it's pretty dangerous to sprint by units, even not looking at you now. But if they're fighting someone, you're basically okay. But like if you run past the squad like full sprint and full bore, and they're not they're not aggroed and they're not fighting, they will turn and start shooting you immediately. Hello. The metal grid of safety. So, Veaches, the way suppressors currently work in the game, so almost every unit in the game will be attached to a squad. Essentially, like, they'll spawn as a unit, and everything in that unit will be flagged in that squad. For unsilenced firearms, when you shoot, it will track the attention. Hold on, let me get it, like, hold on. Let's get a good example of this. Let me find a squad that's not aggroed. There should be one over here. On the state of the case. Hello? Really, no one. Okay, there. So when we shoot an unsilenced gun, right, they'll start investigating. So they'll try to move to that sound and see what caused that sound to happen. If they can. Sometimes, like, for example, the door's closed, they'll try to find a way around, and they'll stop trying to aggro us. Now, with a silencer, that won't happen. But as you saw there, regardless of if you have a silenced gun or not, when you shoot a member in a squad, that squad will always aggro. The only caveat being, or the only thing being that if you one-shot whoever you're shooting at, so if the first bullet, the first instance of you doing damage to them kills them, it will not aggro that squad. So you can essentially, as long as you're one-shotting and not wounding, you can eliminate entire squads without them noticing with a silenced gun. You can kind of, in a way, do that also with unsilenced weapons as well, as long as you're one-shotting. They will investigate off the sound that you make, but they won't immediately aggro like it would be when you only wound them. Essentially, though, because the number of units on the map, generally speaking, you will see a pretty night and day difference in regards to using silencers and not using silencers. It's almost always, there's no reason not to bring a silencer, essentially, and you're much safer for doing so. There's not really a downside to silencers right now, only upside. Ah, yes, the cubes. Let me pull the plug real quick. Good night, sweet prince. So Veaches, that might be hunter killers instead. So there's a mechanic called hunter killers, right? And so when you do a certain amount of something, basically we basically have a hidden gauge somewhere, right? And as you do more in the game, especially aggressive things, that gauge will start filling up. And once that gauge fills up, hunter killers will become present on the map. Let's find me a box real quick. Ways to trigger this is, like, you know, if you do a lot of looting, it's one way of triggering it. Another way of triggering it is killing a lot of units, or picking up particular things like high important things like data caches or so on and so forth. But so, for example, one way to trigger HKs is like there's a certain loot threshold, right? So if I open up enough containers and loot enough stuff, they will start aggroing. So, for example, we can kind of cheese the mechanic, if you will, by summoning HKs by replicating looting. So what we're going to do here is and for right now, these storages don't have like unique IDs. So each instance of me doing this, it adds up to this gauge, and now it's, you know, filled over. So now we have the notification that 100 killers have been deployed. Beware, they will not stop coming. Typically speaking too, on your rig, you'll get a notification also that you have HKs on you. We should see that in a second or two. There's a bit of delay between the actual screen. So yeah, now for example, right, you can see this little red icon on top of our rig, shining this red light, which means we now have HKs. And what those HKs will do, right, is they'll spawn on the map, and if they can see us, they'll start shooting. But what mostly will happen, right, is they'll just start moving toward us, and they'll aggro things along the way, and they'll do this from across the map. Ashen Mesa is pretty egregious for this because how open Ashen Mesa is, that like you'll be in the middle of a field, the HKs will spawn and just start shooting at you from across the map. So for example here, right, we didn't aggro these guys at all. They're just next to the HK that is trying to murder us right now, and so they get pulled into the aggro. So the HK is not actually here or not. Oh, there he is. So this is the HK. Typically, you'll usually find them in 2s and 3s, not individuals. My trench is weird like that. But like on, for example, a little bit earlier in the stream, we were on Mesa, right? And we had these guys against us, and they were pelting us from across map. And they don't do a lot of damage. It's just a persistent amount of damage, so they kind of overwhelm you eventually. Yeah, I definitely, Lil Papa, I'm not the biggest fan of the like omniscience of the HKs, though I'm hoping that the AI system that we see on the dog in Cemetery is kind of alluding to us maybe a future HK AI system. Well, Vichas, yes and no.
I'm gonna sleep.
That is the effect of what they do, but it's just more because of that's the AI pattern that all the AI uses for combat. You'll see it, for example, in the large vehicles also for like the mechs. Every single unit currently has basically one AI patrol pattern, one AI pattern. When they're aggroed or when they're fighting, if they can shoot, they will shoot. If they can't, they will walk toward whatever's aggroing them. And sometimes they'll do both. They'll walk and shoot whatever they're aggroing toward. So for example, right, we can see that kind of in the mechs. The medium mech fights will usually end up with both the European medium mech and the Eurasian medium mech like in each other's face, shooting at each other because of that AI pattern. And traditionally, right, infantry will kill each other before they get that close. But if we gave the infantry infinite HP, they would probably eventually get to that point. Because that's all they have right now. So yeah, Ragey. In comparison to units like the previous dog, let's go over to Cemetery. Yeah, so there's a few interesting things about the dog on Cemetery. Let me get my jump. So yeah, RPD, just like a worse RPK. It's as simple as this. Now, however, though, the saw is by far, like, not even close, the best LMG. it actually has a sizable advantage over all of the rest of these LMGs, in the sense that it has a giant capacity to carry ammo in the magazine. So the regular M4, like the best we can do with an M4, right, is 60 rounds in the extended mag. With the LMG variant having 300, 5,000% more capacity does seem worth it to me personally. It basically means you never have to reload in combat unless you're fighting something that you probably shouldn't be fighting. And if you notice too, this thing will eventually have an M203. It currently has one modeled in game. It feels good to use too. I will say the muzzle flare is still really bad with it, but like it has a good trade-off. All right, so cemetery. So the dog on cemetery essentially acts as an unmarked hunter killer. So personally, I'm glad they're moving away from the red diamonds. You can kind of see that on like the Exos, for example, other units. They're kind of, I think, moving away from the visual indicator of aggro. I wouldn't mind it on infantry or like, I would prefer things more in game. Like, for example, lights on drones being an indicator of aggro more than things on like a HUD or out of character. Let me get to my spot. Okay, so the reason why dog is different. The previous dog just functioned like every other unit. It would just like go around murdering things. If you like shot it or aggroed it, it would be from like either you making sound and it seeing you for long enough, or so on and so forth. The dog on this map has had its senses immensely increased, along with removing any visual indicator of investigation or aggro. And one big thing you will eventually notice on this map is even with silenced guns, it will cause dog to move around the map. At least it feels that way. It could just be the investigation state, the little circle above the unit's head, being caused by any actions on the map. It could be more complex than that too, but it basically, what it essentially feels like, right, is the dog will react to how you play the map and move around and try to follow you if you do things that draw attention. Now, there does feel to be some cheaty elements too. It does seem to try to follow you around regardless, but it definitely does notice you shooting silenced weapons. But it also doesn't seem to immediately know where you are either until it eventually sees you. And it does see you from pretty far away. Essentially, it feels like a little bit toned down version of the omniscience that the other units have currently. So as opposed to being immediately aggro when they spawn, it seems like this unit just goes around investigating sounds or investigating where you were, or investigating areas where you are, but doesn't exactly know where you are until it sees you, right? Which feels like a much better system. So for example, if the new system for HKs was like, okay, you triggered HKs, and so you have an AI system where the HKs have an approximate knowledge of where you are, but not a literal knowledge of where you are. And so they'll go to areas where you were spotted or around, and if you do more things on the map or in different areas, they'll start moving to those different areas and looking for you. It will make you feel like you're being hunted without immediately like getting mauled by EODs and the other units like that, right? And that's kind of what the dog currently feels like on this map. The only problem with the dog on this map, right, is because it one-shots you if you're below 2k HP. So, like, the punishment is very severe for you. Like, on this map, you basically spawn with an HK that if it catches you, immediately kills you. Well, that's a good point too, Ragey. It would make the drones feel even scarier, but like, I also imagine too, that's kind of like the hallmark of drones too, right? That should be like they're almost their niche is like hunting and finding units. Hey dog. Dog teleports, it does that sometimes. Like it would be immersive, for example, right? It would make sense and be immersive if like HKs were deployed in these HKs deployed drones searching the map for you. Because it doesn't feel cheaty at that point, it feels grounded. It's like, oh no, like I pissed off Europa enough, hunter killers are deployed to the area, and they deploy small drones scanning for me. And you could like visually do these indications, right, with like these drones moving around the map, like maybe with like little spotlights or so on and so forth, directly showing the player that these drones, oh hey, they're looking for you, be careful. Like you have drawn the ire of Europa, hunter killers are after you, your first step is to avoid the ire of the drones. And when the drones find you, your next issue is, oh no, the drones have followed me. I know hunter killers are going to be following me now. Do I stay here and try to defeat the drones that are maybe a little bit like squirrely and try to hide or try to like, you know, keep onto you but also not get shot? Or do I just run for an area to, you know, break contact from these drones? And then eventually the hunter killers show up, right? And maybe, for example, too, that could be an instance, right, where for the most part, units do not shoot you from across the map because they can't aggro that far away. But that would actually like ground reasons, for example, of EODs having like these long range weaponry, right? In regards to like the capacity of like murdering you from long range. It could be a reason too, like, you know, outfitting these EODs with like sniper rifles, not even EODs, but hunter killers. Exactly. And it could be the functionality is not there yet, right? You can kind of see that too, zombie in a lot of units, where you can kind of see like on the unit itself, the design is there, just not the implementation yet. We were talking about, for example, I'm not sure if you're here for that or not, the Eurasian drone. The Eurasian drone, for example, seems to be a clear case where they have the model, but maybe not the implementation yet. And so they basically just copied and pasted the code. So, for example, we have the Europa drone and the Eurasia drone. The Europa drone actually has a system where it would float in place and actually has a model for floating or flying, basically. It actually has propellers. And it also has a swivel gun, right? On the drone, like Europa actually has a center-mounted machine gun that moves as it shoots, right? So if it's moving to shoot a different target, you can see the gun on the actual model of the Europa drone move and try to shoot something. It looks like if we compare the Europa drone to the Eurasia drone, the functionality of the Europa drone was just Control-C and Control-V onto the Eurasian drone for right now. Because functionally and aesthetically, the Eurasia drone does not look like it operates that way. There's no visible machine gun on the drone. And it looks like its only actual attack would ever be a melee-oriented attack, or for its rider, the Eurasian rider, to shoot on its on its back. Basically, it's much more of a flying horse than it is a gun platform. Murder. Yeah, like they were talking to like the Eurasian drone rates with like abduct people also. That would be interesting. I didn't consider that actually, zombie. So the drone, the Eurasian drone is much more like an insect, right? It has like a bee stinger on the back. I didn't consider that it maybe can shoot that or shoot stuff out of that. That's a good idea actually. I can see like, for example, maybe like it shoots drugs or shoots things to like incapacitate people to abduct them. It's a really interesting thought for sure. I thought it just basically would be like a melee stinger where it would inject things into you, but I can see it too, like maybe shooting needles or stuff like that, or shooting drugs. Fido's angry. So the music has started playing. He might be aggroed on top of us. Like this would be an instance, right, where we might be collateral damage. I don't think it's aggroed though. No, it is. Very weird. I can't help but think that was definitely it's hitting me through the wall. That was definitely an instance, for example, right, where, so Reiji, much like, for example, the instances of European, like, mechs and Eurasian mechs shooting at you with their giant guns, that was basically what just happened here, right? It seemed like the grabber was cycling through targets, and there's no filter on the targets, right? So it just sees what's in the area, let me tab through the targets of what I can go attack, and it hits us and goes to attack us. Even though we did nothing to draw its ire, because we're in the proximity of its combat, it treats us as a valid target, even though technically it's not supposed to know that we're there. And that's kind of what happens with the medium mechs too, right? They cycle through their targets, and despite they shouldn't be like, despite the ability that they shouldn't be able to target us, they still can target us in their index, and they go over to us and they start shooting at us instead, even for a shot or two. And say, for example, right, it was trying to perform a melee attack, right? So it wants to do a melee attack. It cycles through the targets it can attack, and it hits us instead of anyone else. It comes and murders us instead. So it just seems to be a targeting issue, really. It just seems like that we're currently part of, like, the index of where it can attack, despite not knowing it's that we're here. It's weird though too, I will say, because if we look at, if you're unfamiliar, let's pull up the Tack Cam. Oh, we didn't use the saw yet. Saw is fun. It does look a bit weird right now, so we have the carry handle. Don't you do it. So we don't actually use the carry handle yet. So having the carry handle kind of blocks your sights, but the muzzle flash is really bad. The bullets have pretty, giant visual effects, but recoil wise, it's really easy in both capacities. It's a good gun. We'll use it again too, but
I hope the bastards at home appreciate this.
all right. So if we go over to, let's go to vendors, it's a little easier that way. Heisenberg, Bundleton. So if, as you can see here, right? I know it's hard to say if it's the camera here. At least part of it is the cyborg, right? So when we use a Tack Cam, we actually have the ability to see through walls and units are highlighted, which kind of begs the thought, right? If us scavengers have that tech, does it mean that this tech is ubiquitous across other factions? It would make sense if we can see through walls and see units highlighted. It would make sense for, like, definitely a hunter-killer grabber or a stalker, like a unit that's supposed to go around, like, murdering things in the dark, to have that tech too. So it's interesting from that standpoint in regards to, like, if we have that tech, it feels like everything else will have that tech. Yeah, like, so the model on the left of the Tack Cam, that is a piece of European tech, I believe. That's a European, like, camera or European high tech, I believe. I believe that's like an icon for a European piece of tech, right? Mill hardware or something like that. And then we have the cyborg, which we're socketing it into, right? And so we might just be using the cyborg's ability to process visual information along with the high-tech camera, perhaps, in this European sensor to get that effect, and which would actually give us at least an indication, right, that maybe these factions have different technologies, and so they don't always have it. Exactly. Yeah, Near, for example, that's 100% true. If they did actually have this tech, it would make sense for them to aggro a lot more often. But at the same time too, would this really be outside the realm of their capabilities? It could just be too, for example, right? There's always this theme too going on where maybe they do always know we're here for the most part. It's do they care? Like, for example, when you have a bunch of Europeans and Eurasians and Eurasians fighting in this giant, like, battle, do they really care about the unaffiliated scavenger they see on their radar or see on this Tack Cam, if you will? Or are they more concerned with the combat at hand? Let's go ahead and bring Tack Cam in. I will say too, if you're new to the game also, Tack Cams are great. Yeah, for sure. Like, that's like the one thing I can actually see, for example, is because this is two different technologies from two different factions. I can see how, like, there is a rationale here that, like, because we're combining two separate techs in a jerry-rigged faction, this might not be replicated with other factions, or only within one faction, so I can definitely see that argument for sure being the case. We didn't actually use the saw in the capacity, so let's go ahead and use the saw again. Let's go over to our lovely Ashen Mesa. And we'll do streets. I should probably bring more meds, but it's fine. We'll just stay in the crawler and leave if we need to. Yeah, it does make sense to at least some capacity. Like, so if the AI factories pump stuff out, it would make sense for the factions to just use the base stuff they get from factories and not mess around with it too much, because they would need to create a new factory to do that. But for a scavenger, it would make sense to make much more bespoke things that are much harder to produce but require manual labor. So this is a Tack Cam. So as you can see, it highlights units for us, and it will do that through walls. But one big thing the Tack Cam will do, especially which is great for newer players, is that these little yellow dots you can hopefully see, like over here and over there and so on and so forth, and the big one over there, those are all containers and loose items. So it can help you like learn the loot spots on these maps when you're not familiar with them. But the biggest thing is it's definitely the highlighting too. It helps you avoid patrols. So tiny. Yeah, that's the thing, Hotshot, too, in a sense of, like, if we have this tech, is it really that far-fetched for other factions to have this tech? But there at least is some... There is some, like, actual shadow of a doubt you can put on it because of the fact that it's two different techs from two different factions. That's just meleeing from when you... So the little icon you saw, right? When you're behind a unit, you just hit melee, and it will do that. It'll do a stealth kill. Though... it's not really a stealth kill. It will aggro the squad that you kill them in. So, like, if you're doing that to an entire squad of 6 people, you'll execute one, and the 5 other ones will turn into a firing squad for you. So it's not really all that useful, but it is fun to use. But yeah, so because all of the factories here, or like the theory or like the lore suggests that a lot of the factories are AI run and produced, and once they're set up, they just kind of do their job. They don't reinvent the wheel. They just do what they're told to do or told to create. They don't really innovate. they don't really do any innovation, right? It's why we see conventional guns that we already have being produced over and over again. Like, why do we have Pupashas and Scars and so on and so forth in this future setting? Because the AI factories just produce what they were told to produce and they keep doing it. So that could be a case, right, where we see, oh, these AI factories were produced to make, you know, your open targeting systems, and then one factory was produced, was made to produce the cyborg heads, and the cyborg heads have the processing power to create this image for us, but the heads actually have the sensors, or the heads are the processing power, and then the sensors are the actual sensors to ingest this data, and so we could combine them because we're not just mass producing these. We're actually, you know, jerry-rigging the solution together. Now, as you can see, this does have the drawback of being 5.56. And I think undamaged increased 5.56, so it's base 150. So it does take a lot of bullets to like mow down infantry, but you can keep them relatively stagger locked. That's interesting, little papa. So there is some innovation here and there. Meanwhile, we still look. We might have the innovation too, but maybe on a mass-produced scale, especially with cyborgs, for example, too. And it could be the case also too, where you don't put these like really expensive targeting systems in your bulk cyborg infantry that you have millions and millions of. It might be more of like a economic sort of thing too. Ah, yes, the drifting T90s. Oh. Interesting perk too. So whenever you melee kill someone, usually the T-posing will spawn. I don't know why they spawn like this, 'cause this is not even the guy we killed, I don't think, right? But for some reason, when you like melee kill someone on this map, this T-pose will spawn here. It's really weird. Though you can occasionally see that too on other maps also. Like there's a few things on, like, so certain maps will have a spawn point, if you will, for things like this, and it seems that most of them are pretty much on the map. Like for example, an Elephant Mausoleum off in the fields near the trenches, they have that. You'll see a statue there occasionally. You could even see a stationary cow balloon there. I guess it'd be in that case too. There could be like, Fiend, it's a good point also. Considering, hey guys, considering we're on the west coast of the US, there could be like serious logistical hurdles between the factories and in Eurasia and Eruska and here. And so like there might be some serious lag between new products and getting actually over to this fight. Considering Europa also consists of like Western Europe, it could be the case too that like maybe newer products are sent to closer battlefields as opposed to over to here. I can't imagine there's a ton of like logistical infrastructure to send things across the world. We do have like the bombers for Eurasia with drones. Like the bombers we see on this map could be from across the ocean. And it's also why we could see things like moms, right? So if the logistical plan for like Eurasia is just to like send cyborgs from across the ocean, airdrop them, and have battlefield units like moms repair them on the field, I can see that definitely being a thing. I can't see you. Legends here, like, not a lot of damage, but just like endless amounts of firepower, considering our 300 rounds. Oh, Ragey, I don't want to get into spoilers for my next video. Let's just say I have theories. It's also why the video is taking so damn long. Perhaps I can see that being, yeah, I can see that too being thing Zero also. That's a good idea also, Zero, with like IFFs. It could just be like using extra data feeds that scavengers have access to. Because we don't like, because we scavs don't care, like we think every unit is hostile, we just process any IFF signatures as hostile basically to us. Like I can definitely see that it being the case where it's multiple data feeds providing information for us. I would love to see jamming units also though. Man, imagine if you could get like, you know how like for example you'll get a like a police scanner to listen to police waves. Imagine if you had like the ability to like bring in radios or find radios in raid for like certain factions' comm channels. That'd be really atmospheric and cool. Like you literally find like a Eurasian radio. I think they actually, sorry, I think it even exists like a European radio system, and like that could be an interesting like large item slot. Is like a large item slot to interpret data feeds from like different comm channels. It'd be a cool way of getting like extra lore or just like update information on the battlefields, right? If things didn't spawn and despawn in, it'd be interesting to hear like things or examples of like Eurasia or Europa calling in reinforcements and having bombers or like dropships come in. I have Ragey. So the nice thing about this area, HKs have issues in pathing up to here, and they will path up to here eventually. They will, but because of the HKs almost always being European, if they come up here, they will generally get mauled by the very units that we're killing in mass. So if we don't aggro them, their default state is to basically run down the stairs and fight everything. So the HK that is coming to kill us is going to get mauled. Now, it does kill a lot of cyborgs in the process, but we're patient. We can wait. I think that's probably the intent eventually, Fiend. It definitely feels placeholder for now that the HKs that we have are like, this is like the lowest. There's not really like a low, there are scramblers, but like there's more than that. So well, Ragey, so there's HK EODs. There are scramblers, though I rarely ever see scrambler HKs work. Then there is stalkers. You can actually get a grabber, which is called the stalker when it's an HK for Eurasia. It's very rare though. It's probably the rarest one I get. I think I've only got it like once or twice. You can get it during the day. I've actually gotten one during the day. Another item too is you can get an HK medium mech. That's probably like the most common big oh fuck unit HK I see is the medium mech. I'm not sure if I've seen Orgamech HKs. Apparently, I think Toothies was being HK too, right? I think I've heard that you can get HK Toothies also, but I think it requires probably more players than just one to actually trigger. It's probably the same case with Orgamechs too. And the biggest thing is too is like when you're playing mainly solo, there is a weight to the H gauge where like I believe you need to have a certain amount of players to start triggering the more rare HKs consistently. Was it an HK though, Papa, or was it just one that was near the exit? I believe you. I just wanted to make sure, because they do spawn near the pipes exit a lot. Oh yeah, okay, it was hostile, yeah. So, yeah, definitely an HK then. So, occasionally, when you see units that are HKs, if you try to flag them, they won't have a proper tag. When that's the case, there's definitely an HK. Like, for example, the medium mech for your output that we'll have an HK for, never actually shows as a HK, it just shows as a hostile unit.
Today was a good day.
Yeah, so that's fine. I will say, considering the like headshot changes, the multiplier changes for headshots, it does. I might actually prefer the M60 a bit more now to the saw. The saw is really good, don't get me wrong. But as you could see from like fighting those cyborgs off, unless we were like tapping heads, I think, or like making sure we were hitting heads consistently, the time to kill did feel a lot less than the M60. Like, weirdly enough, we'll do some more testing too eventually to go back to shotguns and test around shotguns a bit. But it definitely did feel like I might actually rank the M60 either on par with the assault or slightly above. The problem being is that it's always just the ammo concern, right, with 308, because we get so little in comparison to 5.56. We used it before zombie, but no, the MG34 is just a worse M60. It really is. But it's time for other shotguns now. Starting with the S12, I guess. What mods do I have for you? I feel like I have a few mods, right? I think it goes up to 7 or 6 rounds. Let's go over to, I think, is it Grill or Mock since it sells these? It's Grillo. We'll probably use it again, too. Like, we're not anywhere close to near done yet, but let's go over to some shotguns for a bit. Alright, S12. I want to say that's at the bottom too. Yeah. We do have barrels C. We're missing the big barrel there. I think this is like only like 7 or 8 rounds though. I think it's like 1 or maybe 2 better than this. So it's not a gigantic upgrade. 5x7, 12.7 by 12.7. That's fair. This one's a little giggle as it giant AI crushes you. Let's go ahead and see. So cute. Okay, I did stock up a bit on. I stocked up on 308, 50 cal, and shotgun ammo. So I have way more than I should have of those. I almost never have 308. Keep that in mind. I only have enough 308 per like 1 reset. Basically, that's it. Shotgun ammo, I have a bit of. I won't have this much of. But 5.45, 5.56, and 5.7. Though I do have a bit of 12.7, but like I make sure not to pick it up basically anymore. because it's like no unit drops it in game. So 50 cal. It's really just these two, right? Every single cyborg in the Eurasian military basically uses a P90 for the most part, except for a few. So tons of P90, and then every single Europa unit will use 50 cal, right? For the most part, so tons of 50 cal. And then 545, because most units for Eurasian uses 50 or uses 545. You'll occasionally get 762. The VKS is awful. there's no. The VKS is just awful. There's no saving the VKS. Yeah, the biggest sin, right, is just that the 308 just never has enough ammo. If you don't play like as guns ho as I currently am, I could see it making sense in a future where, like, not a future in regards to like dystopia, but a future in regards to the game, where if they wanted to make the 308 the chase round, right? In the sense of this is a really nice round. It's like you don't have a lot of it, but it's really nice when you have it. So use it sparingly. If that's going to be the case in the future, right, where we don't want to fight a lot and we want to make sure we have specialty niche ammo or nice ammo to deal with like big units that we have to defeat, right, it's nice to have. But because right now the main gameplay loop seems eventually just around murdering things, not necessarily murdering things per se, but you generally will always get into fights no matter what you do currently in game, right? We'll bring up, I guess, a backup. We're gonna bring a backup saw just in case. 150 is perfectly fine. It's gonna be way more than we can probably use. Like, right now, I can't see an instance of, like, why I would never not bring a bunch of ammo, considering the prevalence and the easiness of getting into fights in this game. It happens a lot. Let's do a Nexus. Though, I will say, this is kind of dangerous, because we're definitely going to be in some good fights here. Let's bring a little bit of extra ammo for the saw, just in case. Just in case. Though I feel like maybe... Well, actually, yeah. The S12 will probably be more of a backup gun anyway, too, so it's probably good to use as a backup. So 5.56. I can't necessarily see you bringing an S12 as a primary gun, but I could definitely see you bringing it as an upgrade over the traditional surplus shotgun. And there apparently actually is a change too, or a difference between these two. So the surplus shotgun is, I think, only has, I want to say 16 pellets, as opposed to the 20 for other shotguns. So essentially you have less, even though the weapon damage is the same here between these two, 100 damage, that's 100 damage per pellet, and the pellet difference between these two is 4. So you do get more damage potentially off the S12 or other shotguns. Maybe Lil Papa. I actually don't mind them using the P90, actually, weirdly enough. Like Eurasian and Eurasia, I think Eurasian has it. I think Eurasian has some symboling that actually says this also. But Eurasia is one of the few, or Eurasia has clear writing on units that indicate that they have some capacity in space.
It never.
Like, it almost assuredly has to be low Earth orbit. I can't imagine there's not a Kepler effect going on in space. But maybe low Earth orbit's fine. But I could see the case, for example, being that, like, if there was ever space fights, a P90 would be a good gun for, like, claustrophobic corridors. Which also kind of works, too. So, in Rillo's video, right, he talks about Eurasia kind of being like a false utopia that's turning into an overpopulated coffin. And while that could technically be sort of just like writing some creative liberties in the writing to make it more interesting, there's some interesting things too about Eurasia that kind of indicates that they live. There's very likely that a lot of the megacities or the cities or the areas where Eurasians live are underground. That or in like enclosed areas. It couldn't be underground too. It could just be like, you know, biodomes or giant domes. But it could easily be the case where they live in a very claustrophobic environment. And so when you're making or using a gun as your primary military gun, I could very easily see it being where you're in a confined space, wanting the primary gun of your military to be good in those confined spaces for reasons. And I know the what's it called, the QBZ, I think is a bullpup, right? So it'd still be good in confined spaces, right? But sometimes 50 rounds of 5.7 would make a lot of sense, I feel there. It does. I wasn't alluding to that frog. Get out of there. Definitely was alluding to that. I could see the case, for example, right, when you want a suppressant round or suppressant firearm for population control. A P90 is a good option, right? Because you're not gonna have, I know the 5.7mm is supposed to be armor piercing, but you can still do soft points with it, right? And so when you're concerned about, it's, if you've ever watched, for example, what's it called, The Expanse. One key aspect of The Expanse is that, or of lore building in The Expanse, right? Because this is taking place in sci-fi futuristic, like somewhat realistic future for Earth, right? And there's firearms in space, because firearms still work in space. But a key aspect that has been changed with the firearms in The Expanse in regards to the lore is when they're firing guns in space, all of the ammo they use is plastic. And it's still lethal because, well, lethal in some capacity, right? There's no one's wearing full body armor usually. It's using hardened plastic, right? Because the last thing you want to do is shoot through someone, have that bullet go through them and through the bulkhead, giving you a hull breach. And so, or damaging the integrity of your ship. And so, do you one-shot them? No. You have these instances where, like, oh yeah, let's make sure we use a round that doesn't have collateral damage. And 5.7 soft point is probably a great option for that, right? In regards to, oh, we're in this like really high-tech underground space. Let's not damage anything as we suppress these riots. Well, I mean, they're pressurized cabins, but yeah, it's compressed inside the bullet, yeah. The expanding air is still expanding. And it's more for the interiors of ships, right? Like boarding actions, or like, for example, in The Expanse, right? There's a bunch of like space stations on asteroids and so on and so forth as like waypoints and so on and so forth. And you would use plastic bullets inside of there to not cause like collateral damage to anything. So yeah, S12, perfectly fine backup shotgun. It's probably, considering the prevalence of and the cheapness of these, it's probably worth these running these over these surplus. Like, these aren't much more expensive than a surplus, and they do actually give you a benefit. Personally, I don't usually bother with like going to the effort of getting an S12 equipped, but like it's perfectly fine for a backup. Though if you are gonna go like really deep, I do recommend, if you need like a get out of jail free card as a backup as opposed to like a helpful backup, like a little bit helpful backup like this one is, an auto shotgun like the USAS will carry you to victory and in safety in most circumstances. Interesting, Commander. Aliens replacing necromorphs. Man, it makes me sad though too that they're not remaking Dead Space 2. Like, imagine this. Imagine if EA was like, you know, we fucked up. We're gonna remake the bad aspects of Dead Space. Or like, we're gonna remake 1, we're gonna remake 2, and then we're gonna fix 3 by basically just making a new 3 that doesn't suck. And like, 3 wasn't a terrible game by any means. It was just like not the same genre as 1 and 2. They did, but like, so fans were hoping, Zombie, that they would like go through the whole series and remake them all. The Dead Space 1 remake was really good, but apparently EA was expecting so many sales for the remake for 1, like it was not feasible to like ever expect them to actually get that meeting to meet that actual threshold for sales. So Dead Space 2 is not being remade, at least not currently, which is really sad because the remake for 1 was actually really good. They were exceptionally faithful to the original Dead Space. And like Dead Space, the remake, I paid full MSRP for that bitch. Like I was like, yes, please remake 1 and 2, because Dead Space 2 is like one of the best survival horror games of all time. And not even close. Then you have 3, which is just generic trash. Callisto was... Callisto got a lot of hate. Hold on, what is Callisto at? That's 71% is fair. I would say, like, it got a lot of hate at the start of the game when it first came out, Callisto did. I don't think it was that deservingly so, but like 70 feels like a good score for Callisto. It's visually appealing, but like the gameplay just didn't feel good enough. It felt too... The gunplay and the weapons... Well, so... Dead Space, like the reason why Dead Space is so good is it really meshed a bunch of different systems together to make one cohesive thing that felt really good. Like no system felt tacked on in Dead Space 1 and 2. However, in Callisto Protocol, the whole combat loop felt like it was tacked on to a survival game, like a horror game, right? It didn't feel like it added anything to the experience. The combat in of itself wasn't engaging enough. Sure, it was brutal and it was gory and it was horror-esque. The art was there. Like there was, I don't think there's like any qualms. Like the story wasn't fantastic by any means. Like it was a perfectly fine story, and the art was really good. But like the little design was it wasn't bad, but it wasn't great. But like the fluidity of the combat just wasn't there like it is Dead Space. Little Papa, the best I can do is QBZ chambered in 50 cal. Oh, sorry. The best I can do is, no, the QBZ chambered in 12.7 millimeter. Subsonic. I could actually see that being the case though, right? Like, this gun In a faction concerned with collateral damage and making sure they didn't want to like damage anything behind the people that they're shooting, or like in space environments, a gun like this makes a viewer. Hold on, let me go ahead and. Where are you at? There you go. Goodbye. Anyway, sorry, had a ban user. Good old Twitch chat, never change. In like a space environment or like a close quarters environment, a gun like this makes a lot of sense. In regards to like riot suppression, a gun like that makes a lot of sense because it's going to smack something really hard, but not going to go through it. Okay. Is it time for the auto shotgun wars? I think it's time for the auto shotgun wars. So there's currently 3 auto shotguns in the game: the USAS, the AA-12, and the Vepr 12. Wait, did I lose you? Did I die with that Vepr 12? All right, ready to use that. I guess I died with it. Whoops. Whoops. How quickly you go. So it's really more of a fight between the AA-12 and USAS. So, not you. Go away. So the real difference between these two, you can get a slight damage increase from the USAS, but it's like not even 3%, right? It's 100 to 102.8. So it's not like a significant increase by any means. And no silencer on either of these. It's basically just, yeah. It's 20 rounds versus a lot more rounds. There's not a lot of differences. Hold on, let's just bring both. This will be easy. No, I don't see the, it doesn't say I have one right now, so it's probably just gone, which is fine. I probably died with it. No biggie. To be fair, it kind of replicates the experience most people have with the shotgun too, in regards to like not having access to it. I did show it off earlier, so it's perfectly fine. There is footage of it. Alright, 8. And 8. And I feel like this has got to be... I kind of do want to do Mesa again, but at the same time, there is the issue of me not having a flashlight. And it being hard to see. Let's go grab all of our quests for Mech Trench. Oh no, it's fine, don't worry about it. I already showed it off earlier. We already basically know what it is, right? It's basically just a AA-12 with a flashlight. It's probably by fact like the best auto shotgun right now because of all the upgrades you get for it. But you just, it's like, you know, if it's the best shotgun but you can't get it, is it really the best shotgun? The answer is probably no. Where are you at? I should grab all of them. So I might have had a change of heart. So it could... The cultists on Cemetery, they wear rider outfits, but they use European weaponry. And so it could go either way. They could be Europeans who use their weapon because they're familiar with it, but have scavenged riders, like outfit riders, or outfits of riders. Or it could be riders that have just scavenged European weaponry. And considering that this is definitely a European city that's been taken over, I can easily imagine a bunch of like surplus scars or just like dead Europeans having scars around, right? And so if you had this Eurasian faction of riders who maybe worship the Stalker, it kind of could make sense. Like, imagine this, for example. You have a bunch of Eurasian riders, right? Who, you know, they ride on the backs of drones. But what would be even better to ride in the back of? A grabber. And so you basically have these fanatical cultists that want to be like worthy of riding upon the back of the grabber, and the grabber's just trying to run away and live life, and the cultists worship the grabber as a noble steed that none of them are worthy for now to ride on the back of. And the grabber hates it, and so the grabber just murders them as it sees them. It's lethal grabber rodeo for them. Oh man, the auto shotguns. I like how too, like, if you notice, like, we're currently doing the animation for pumping after we shoot. We do it for the USAS too. Yeah, we do it for the USAS too. I kind of like... So naturally, the AA-12 has more rounds, so it's better. Like, there's no other change between these two, right? But I kind of do like the sound effect on the USAS more. All right, where are you at? You below me? Oh, hello. Hi, buddy. Let me off, let me off. I'm so dead. I got flipped over the railing. Oh, the ammo. I got flipped over the railing by the EOD, the mech. The EXO flipped me over the railing. So my new theory, my original theory was just that the cultists were Europans living down in the shadows. They're like the old garrison of the city, the survivors of that garrison. And so they've been so long in the dark now, cut off from Europa, that they've kind of just formed their own kind of cult to survive. All right, let's do this again. Hopefully not die to EXO. And that can still easily be the case where it's a European cult. I kind of like the idea more that it's a bunch of fanatical, like, riders who worship the dog, which kind of would explain all the murals down underground, right? There's a bunch of, like, pictures kind of paying homage to the dog. Hold on. Buy new AA-12. Aramaki, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. There we go. Wait, what? Oh, is it really Gorilla that sells? I thought it was Aramaki. Does Gorilla sell? Oh no, he only sells that one. You can't actually buy the USAS. Wrong vendor. AA-12. There we go. Yeah, the cultists do look cool, I will say. The only thing is, like, I would like to see... I want to see more bespoke weapons. I've said this before 1,000 times too. I want to see more, like, interesting weapons. Imagine if the cultists... So I mentioned before too, it'd be really cool if the cultists, for example, try to, like, lure you to the grabber. So there's a giant in the... Oh, should we just go to cemetery? I technically can live versus dog because I'm old man or bag man. Let's just go to cemetery. This is definitely changed a bit. So there's a giant, like, bell on the statue in Underground Cemetery, which almost feels to me like a dinner bell for dog. Yeah, you're the dinner. Yeah, correct, zombie. But also, imagine if, like, On that same theme, what if like I could see the case for the cultists having weapons to maybe not kill, but hinder.
Game face.
And where I'm going with this is I could easily imagine like the cultists having spear or harpoon guns. And so their goal necessarily isn't to kill you, but to basically like drag you down, net you, like capture you, and then sacrifice you or feed you to the dog as a sacrifice. And so like as opposed to having, you know, traditional weapons, right? They might have harpoon guns or nets or so and other things like that. Things that would be like really kind of cool and like aesthetically pleasing for a cult. Because like what's more cultist than having a sacrifice, right? Alright. So we have our USAS and our AH-12 here. Let's go to the main atrium. So this door is closed. So we're at least safe on this side. Essentially the dog, unless the dog teleports, it can't get over to us anymore. Exactly right. Like, though I will say, there seems to be a lot of sacrifices here already that dog has not eaten. That I doubt dog actually eats, right? All right. So technically speaking, we have trapped the dog in the other area. It shouldn't be able to get out, though. That being said, the dog can easily get out sometimes with teleportation. It will occasionally jank out. But yeah, we have the doorbell here. And the cages too, like this feels like a place for sacrifices, right? Like getting strapped to the chair, all the skeletons around. You have like maybe cultists who like in worship of the face here. I don't know. Maybe the dog eventually will have a flamethrower. And so they pray to like the statue here, or like the offering to the dog, and then they get scorched. Oh yeah, it slowly turns and twists. Anyone home? I will say too, this map is surprisingly empty a lot of the time when you don't take quests. Like even that area where we were just at, with the few Eurasians there, sometimes they don't even spawn, to be honest. And if you don't take the quests for rescuing civilians, the infantry that patrol up here only spawn very sparingly. They will much more likely not spawn than spawn. And we didn't see any infantry in the first sewer line. Oh, over here. Oh yeah, Alpha Threat's crazy. So Miguel, there. So originally, like earlier, like last week, I was saying the end of this week I expected to be released. With the Steam holiday sale being announced for the 19th, I could see them pushing for release coinciding with a sale. Like perhaps like a 10 or 20% sale along with an update around that time to coincide with the Steam release or the Steam holiday sale. So that's my guess, is probably the 19th, maybe a day before or a day after. That's my guesstimate. And then for the update itself, the thing that we do know 100% to be a fact in this next update is Gunhead. Gunhead being the next character. That's all we definitively know. Going off what they said in Q&As and like inferring, we can expect a new map to be in progress, and for this map to go from being in progress to complete. That's kind of what they've shown us with their content patches so far. We'll have to see if they keep that cadence. So let's go to the region map real quickly. So if we go over to regions, in the October patch, Mech Trench went from in progress to complete in quotation marks. And so Mech Trench is now no longer in progress, though it technically still is in progress, don't get me wrong. It feels like it's still in progress. And then Cemetery went from being locked off to in progress. So if they keep this cadence right, in regards to content patches, we see this to go from in progress to like complete, if you will, and then another one of these maps being unlocked. I'm not sure. New weapons would be nice, though. The big thing I am hoping for personally in regards to this content patch is a fixing of the iron sights and optics for all of the weapons currently. I personally, now naturally different teams. You have the weapon team and animation team doing that, and then you have the people who are actually implementing it in the game, doing the like alignment and so on and so forth, the camera and all that good stuff. So technically different teams. So you could have people working on, you know, new models and new animations for guns, and have the team for that doing something else. But it could be the same person, considering how small Fundog is. The animator and the modeler could be the person also putting it into the game, implementing it, in some capacity. So I personally would value more fixing the current weapons than we have adding new ones, but I could see a few new ones being added. Considering we had none last patch, if they had any in the pipeline, I would expect it in this upcoming patch. And the biggest thing I'm hoping for is, I don't know if we'll see new weapons or not, but if I was to hope, get on the hopium, I would want to see like maybe like one or two like actually new weapons in regards to like not things that currently exist in the real world. I want to see their rendition of a grimdark or future war kind of weapon, right? I kind of want to see what they can do with their own creative juice as opposed to lean on things that already exist. That's my hope. We might also see too, considering the lack, almost definitively, we will see some extra mechanics around water, considering we haven't. There was like the water 1.2 announcement in. There's the water 1.2 announcement in the last content patch, but it wasn't really fleshed out. Like half the mechanics right now aren't actually in game yet for water 1.2 or the new water mechanics. So I imagine we might see much more systems revolving around water now in this patch. They kind of did do a pass on that, Miguel, to some extent. They did do a headshot multiplier change for guns, so some calibers more deadly than others, and that was more weapon balancing than more like probably realistic balancing. I don't think, like, in regards to like the SCAR being chambered in 50 caliber, I think they will lean much more into fixing the model to make that very readily apparent, as opposed to making the SCAR actually in 7.62 or 308 or 5.56, right? In the SCAR Lite version. Like, I think them functionally making this 50 cal was an actual choice, and some things about this too, right, actually have that be supported, right? So for example, they did make the magazine a lot bigger for 50 BMG. Like when they were changing the model of this, they did consider that to be a factor, as they made this giant in regard to support 50 BMG. And the same thing with the barrel, right? The barrel, hold on, let me get rid of this. Barrel actually is pretty small, I will say, at least visually. It's not giant. This one is, at least. But like at the very least, the magazine well supports that. Yeah, Ian, for sure. I would much prefer them working on fixing the rigging right currently, because you are 100% correct. There's a lot of like janky animations for sure in the game right now in regards to the rigging. And personally for me, like, out of everything, this is nitpicky too, I mentioned it earlier on stream, out of everything, if I could fix one thing immediately, I would, like, before anything else, I would fix the LOD on animations. It is such a pet peeve of mine. I hate... Hate's a strong word, but nothing pulls me out of a game more than seeing, like, very stop motion-esque animations on units that aren't really that far away. On things that are off-map or basically off-map, like in areas that you're not even supposed to access or like really directly look at, yes. Perfectly fine, understandable. But like that just happens in game like 50 meters from you, right? Well, yes and no, Zombie. It is actually prevalent too. Oh yeah, in big crowds, right? Like, for example, hold on, let me see if I can pull it. Like, you'll see it in Space Marine 2 in a lot of the instances, right? Where you look off map and there's these giant hordes of Tyranids and Imperial Guard fighting and so on and so forth. There will be instances of that, but because it's off map and there's mainly sprites or like very low poly models, it makes sense because you're usually not directly looking at those things, right? Because they're so far away. They're more for just the off map ambiance of scale as opposed to like individual units. And even then, their animations aren't really that. Their animations are specifically tailored, or they're tailored to actually give the effect of that, right? They're not supposed to be very performative. But in regards to the ones we'll see in like on Mesa in a second, right? It just looks really bad very quickly. And I don't personally know of the performance impact of these, so I'm kind of curious. Like how I would personally love a setting to like force the LOD on animations to not be as bad. I would personally compromise a lot to make sure that's as high as possible. It's a great example, right? Because like if you look very closely, they're pretty bad, but you're never ever looking that closely to them, right? I didn't mean to spot a bunker. Also, shit.
Stay there. We'll find you.
This will give us a good example, though. Also, mandatory. That's not the moon, right? It's way too big to be the moon. Eclipses aren't that big. If I had a health bar somewhere, if I could have a health bar and like on another screen or my phone, I would never actually play with the HUD on. It's called the sky. No. Justin, you know what I mean. The eclipse. Yeah, I mean, I will say it could be not the moon though. Thanks for the follow, Ian. Yeah, I personally, I stream on YouTube, but I added Twitch because I know some people do better on Twitch than YouTube. Especially lower bandwidth people. Wait, an Orgamech? That sounds like a fucking Orgamech. Oh no, brawlers. Alright, we're good. Once again, spoilers. Yeah, I don't think that's a moon. I think it's something else. No, I mean, I can do that. Oh, nice, Ian. Yeah, that's huge. The things I noticed too, Ian, though, is definitely the CPU upgrade being huge. I actually took the time to, like, overclock my CPU a bit. Or not even overclock, I think it just actually just made, like, I fine-tuned a bunch of things on my machine. It runs a lot better now for the game. But the big thing is like, optimizing your CPU performance and so on and so forth. Yeah, no HUD, like, I wouldn't even say the HUD in this game is bad. Like, the HUD, it's hard to explain, because I would never say the HUD in this game is actually visually, like, unappealing or bad. It's just that it's just enough to detract from the game. It feels weird. But yeah, I don't think this is the moon. I have theories on this coming later, but we'll see. It's average. Average is the way of putting it. If they could adopt the Dead Space UI or the Dead Space way of presenting information to you, I would love it. It'd be really cool. But it's serviceable for now. All right, where my cyborgs at? Might not spawn until we get closer to the fields. It just looks so good with no HUD. Yeah, Miguel, there's no problem with that. That's the biggest thing I will say too, Miguel. People have this tendency to like really want their games to like fulfill all of their free time and to like hold all of their attention, right? And I don't think that's fair. There are certainly games like that, but the games that lean into that are also, their gameplay loops are extremely repetitive, right? Like games like League or Counter-Strike or Apex, like the way they introduce replayability is from having PvP be the cornerstone of the game, because you're, well, what the hell? How did I get into here? I don't mean to be here. Okay, we're out. Interesting. Danger. But yeah, people have this tendency to think like, oh, because I'm so used to like, you know, Apex or League or like Counter-Strike, like I expect my games to like carry all my, like take up all my free time, right? That shouldn't be the case, right? Like games are like kind of, they're consumed in some capacity. You consume them, and when you're done consuming them, you move on. Like, I'll tell you right now, I don't play this game outside of the occasional stream, right? I still make videos on it, naturally, and I still, like, play, I don't mind playing this on stream because I enjoy the game, but I don't go out of my way to play this game outside of streaming, at least not currently. I might when the patch comes out, but, like, there's not a lot of allure for me to, like, grind this game. There's not really a reason to either, right? I can go play other games, explore other things, too. But yeah, the Stalker over there is like the prime example of this, right? This LOD, for example, the animations, you can kind of see it's pretty choppy, and it's not too bad because the smoke's hiding it right now. But once it gets outside the smoke, right, you can see how just egregious it kind of is, right? It looks so, it's something I would expect in like Space Marine 2, off map, very far away, and used in mass to hide its jankiness and only to produce a sense of scale. And I feel like it shouldn't be that performance intense to have that rendered at a much higher frame rate. Yeah, it's really that bad. Like if it was like 60 down to 30, okay. If it was 60 FPS animation down to 30 FPS animation, perfectly okay. But it's going from like 30 base down to like 10 or 15 FPS. Like it's extremely noticeable, and it pulls me out immediately. Like it's real bad. And the cyborgs, it happened to the cyborgs all the time too. That's perfectly fine, but like it will happen like right out here too. It's not that far away you need to go for it to start happening. Let's get farther away from this cyborg. And I'm not sure if it's even malicious on their side. I think it's just a default setting in Unreal Engine 5. Like even that's like, that's okay. Like right now you can kind of tell a little bit if you're like looking close enough that it's bad. It's definitely getting some frame rate loss or like some loss in animation quality. It's not egregious, but like Let's see how far we can get before it takes really bad. Okay, now it's bad. You can see right now. You can see like it's very stop motion-esque now in regards to the quality. Like once you start seeing going from like massively different states in regards to its animation, it starts being really weird. Like even that's getting to the point where it's kind of bad. The fog is doing a good job of hiding it though. Like it looks like the unit is now skating because of the animation quality. Like I said, if it just became a setting, I personally wouldn't mind it. I just want a setting to change that, really. I can understand the reasons for having it be low, because I imagine when you have a bunch of models, the performance gets pretty bad. But I would much rather turn down a lot of settings than have this be low. Also, big point too for everyone. By the way, so the grabbers on this map, so this is Eurasian grabber. If this was the normal map, if this was Elephant Mausoleum, the grabber that spawns in the trench lines of Elephant Mausoleum is the old grabber currently. It will only one-shot you below 1000 HP. However, on every night shift map, it is the new grabber. It is the grabber that will one-shot you at 2k HP. Though it seems to also be, though, how did you get up here? I never see you up here. What you doing, fam? It is also a grabber that will, I think it doesn't have the same systems as a cemetery grabber. It won't aggro off sound, really. So it has the old AI, but like the new one-shot. Well, I think the big thing, right, Little Papa, is that you don't really have problems with staggering with a regular RPK. If they changed it where they removed, if they remove the ability to stagger off conventional firearm rounds, maybe except for headshots, like headshots can stagger but regular body shots don't, I could definitely see the case where the cryo rounds become a lot more interesting, right? If they could stagger, if they were the only round capable of staggering consistently to the body. But for right now, it's not the case. But if they remove that ability for staggering in normal rounds on normal body shots, then yeah, sure. For those unfamiliar, so cryo rounds essentially will always like for most conventional rounds in the game currently, it's like it's a headshot or a damage threshold, which I think is mainly because the headshot does a lot of damage, to stagger a unit. The cryo rounds are just built to be a regular 7.62 round, but they will always stagger regardless of the, or sorry, it's 5.45. They will always stagger regardless of the damage they do. Headshot or body shot, they will always stagger. The downsides, though, is for every 60 rounds of 5.45 you can carry, you can only carry 30 rounds of cryo. So it's, you can basically have half the capacity to carry cryo rounds. And so when you can stagger consistently with 5.45 or 7.62, there's not necessarily much point to bring cryo rounds currently. But if they change that, I can definitely see that being the case. Yeah, Ian, Ian, you have exactly nailed my current qualms with Old Man and Scav Girl. It's why I generally don't navigate or try to play them most of the time. Which is a shame, because I actually do enjoy Old Man's skill tree, but having to deal with redoing rig upgrades every single prestige is just really obnoxious. It's quite annoying. God, this game is so pretty in this variant. I hope more of the maps we see in the future too kind of lean into this a bit. Like, Action Mesa is my favorite map by far, and it's not even close. I still think like there's plenty of things wrong with it too, but like in regards to aesthetic, it just nails it. Yeah, it's always so chill. Why do you have a silencer? Yeah, that is annoying about it too. But the biggest thing for me with the MG34 is just how much horizontal shake it has. Like it's pretty egregious in comparison to other guns. Yeah, I do, despite the cable being a bit weird, I do like that the fact with like the MG34 and Painless, they are exploring like dystopifying or grimdarking their guns up a bit. Naturally, they should still be kind of clean a bit and like not have things impair your vision or like have them outside the way a bit, but I do hope we see more of that in the future, just done in a way that doesn't obscure your view as much. And I would love to definitely see like the bayonet being usable too. A melee system in this game would be cool. Definitely like on a very low priority level in regards to things that should be in the game, but it would be cool. I mean, we have cows in the game already. They fly around, and you watch them fly. Can I fight the cow? You cannot currently fight the cow, no. Well, yes and no, toy soldier. So, sure, you don't like melee is definitely not a big thing in this system, but when you have one of the faction's doctrines being to send a bunch of wave of cyborgs at you, that whole goal is to close the gap and get into close range with you. Even if you don't like melee, there's definitely the area where like I could definitely see a case of like, oh hey, we're getting charged by cyborgs. Put a bayonet on the end of your scar, you might need it. And the MG34s, for example, right? They're mostly used by your open EODs, who probably have to fight off cyborgs all of the time. And don't get me wrong, I do think the current system in the game in regards to melee is really bad, and it's a horrible basis for a melee system, but in like assuming like an amazing, like if I could just snap my fingers and make anything appear in the game without having to worry about all of like the testing and like making it feel good and the animation, so on and so forth, melee would add a lot to the game just because it would make situations like cyborgs charging you not have to be... It feels weird when you're getting mauled by a pack of cyborgs and you just can't do anything. Yeah, I don't think it should be like swords for it shouldn't. Yeah, toy soldier. I'm not saying you should have like a 40k thing where like you have, you know, infantry with swords and shields. Though, you know, we do see the exo with a ballistic shield, right? But I can definitely see instances, right, where you have like cyborg, or so you have like daggers, or you have like bayonets for the end of weapons, really, to like help fend off cyborgs and so on and so forth. Because remember, those cyborgs, especially in the videos too, right? They're coming right at you. And they want to rip your face off. Yeah, it's not like supposed to be. It's like it's not like Dark Tide, right? It's not like supposed to be like a game. It's just like a melee system like that. It's more of like a something a little bit more fleshed out than like a stationary melee system. Yeah, the basics of CQB. You just you run in, and you mash your V key. Come here, you. And then they fly. If it wasn't for the ammo economy, I'm actually pretty sold on the M60 being like the best LMG actually now. Like, if M60 was A or S tier, we have next the like the Saw being like right behind it in A tier, and then like probably B tier is the MG34. I would imagine it is 308, but it just, I hate the handling on it so much. And then like D is probably gonna be the RPD. It just doesn't have a reason to exist right now. Also, I spawned bunker. I totally forgot I spawned bunker. Why am I over here? Where's Abbott? Where are you? So, interesting too, if you have infinite meds, this is a place where crawlers will just tend to keep respawning. If you see them here once, they will just tend to keep respawning, so you can kind of farm them a bit. Seem to have stopped though, but I have farmed there before a few times. A punch kick, but like just like the biggest thing I want to see, right, is a system that doesn't lock you into an animation when you're meleeing. Like that's like my really only the pet peeve is I want to like see like an animation for bayonets, and just praying to like being stationary, right? Like if we don't need a complex melee system, but just something a little bit better than an animation lock in close combat. Yeah, like a Dead Space animation, like a melee animation, right? Like that's perfectly fine too. Though I think Dead Space animation 2 was, well, it was stationary when you were doing it, I believe. The Dead Space stomp, but like the animation was much quicker to end and give you back your freedom. So maybe that's just being a thing too, where like maybe it's a faster animation for melee if it's supposed to lock you in place. Yeah, so like for example, we have our buttstock here, but like yeah, the bayonet being a stab, giving you more range. And right now, the melee system, right, just does flat damage. It would be cool if the bayonets actually gave you the ability to aim for like headshots. Yeah, I know that Dead Space 2 kind of like leans to the point too, where like yeah, Dead Space 1 like is much more horror than survival. And then Dead Space 2, I think, honestly, like, nails it perfectly, where you have a protagonist who's experienced the horror from the first game. And the game is still terrifying in the second game, right? It's not like Dead Space 3. But the protagonist feels much more competent in 2, because he is now a veteran of the first game. Yeah, you definitely can. It's more just like a what's the trade-off, right? What's worth doing, what's not worth doing in regards to melee. Yeah, I'm definitely convinced now, like, if I wasn't going to consider the ammo like even with the ammo economy concerns too, right? Would I rather have a Saw? Okay, so the question is, would I rather have a Saw? And so the gun with itself comes with the magazine it can carry of rounds for free. So for this saw, for example, if we bring the saw over, it means no matter what, oh, sorry, wrong one. It means no matter what, even if we bring no ammo, we'll have 300 rounds in the saw. Even if we don't bring ammo. And so per reset, if we go over to our vendors, I think it's 500, right? Yeah, it's 500 from Grillo. And how much is it from Bunko? So it's 550 per reset. And then 308 is 250. So let's bring our 300 rounds here. Or sorry, we get 550. I want to do this right. It is. There's quite a few funny names in the game. Alright, so 550 here. And then we go to 308. And so we need to add the base quantity of the gun too. So when we go into a raid with a saw, we have 850 rounds. See you, zombie. And for the M60, we have 350. So like you basically get a third less ammo, or sorry, 2/3 less ammo approximately. Would I rather have an M60 with 350 or a saw with 850? And I kind of feel like I would prefer or lean into... I kind of feel like I'd prefer the saw with... the M60 with 350. I kind of think I would prefer having the gun that I need to, like, use be powerful than worry about extra ammo economy. Yeah, I definitely think the M60 beats out the saw, at least in some regard. Like, there's definitely a trade-off in each, right? Alright. Okay. So, this technically is like the everything else stream. Which does, in fact, include grenade launchers. Now, as poor Bagman here, we can't use the M79, though functionally, outside reloading, it is the exact same as the grenade launcher in regards to the current bugs around it. Alright, we're gonna go over to Mesa real quick, because Mesa is a good example of this. And so, as I talked about earlier, there is issues in regards to the current grenade launchers in game. The XM25 has a really weird scope, but it doesn't seem to have this bug. Though I have noticed too, it seems to only happen like after using the grenade launchers a few times, but we'll see though. Let us see.
If you lose contact,
So for those unfamiliar,
stay there.
no, the XM25 works. So the current issue with the grenade launchers, hey Quinto, is that on the regular grenade launcher in the M79, they have this tendency to seemingly not want to proc the explosion damage on grenades. That being that grenades are comprised of two damage forms. The first is the impact damage of 1000, and the second is the explosion. And the explosion is where most of the damage comes from. It starts at 10k at the center. This is not good. Not good. Why did you aggro immediately? It's like, for example, right there. It's an example of a few things. So, these cyborgs there were not aggroed onto us. They were actually trying to shoot a drone. But they were going through their targets, and they saw us first. And so they started shooting us. instead. So that's just, you know, showing the issues of targeting currently. But we also saw too the grenade exploding at the feet, but the splash damage doing nothing. And that's the big quirk right now with the regular grenade launcher, is it seems to not always proc the explosion damage. So let's shoot behind this. And let's see if it always procs. I guess the tanks might do it. So for example, right there, we had the push of the explosion, but not the hit marker. That was just a miss. Another example, right? Once again, a push of the grenade launcher, but like the physics of the grenade, but not the actual damage of the grenade. And so you'll get like really inconsistent situations in regards to killing things with this. yeah, no, there's definitely a lot of jump scares occasionally in this game. Now, with the X125, I think you can still do the bug. It just seems a lot less prevalent for some reason. That was 5 shots with no instance of the bugs. That was just a miss. Yeah, like no matter what with this thing, like I think I have seen instances of it actually like breaking or not doing it, but it seems so much rarer than the regular grenade launcher. And the M79 seems to have the same issue occasionally where it will not proc the explosion. So, by the way, if you're ever mech hunting, this is the place to do it. The mechs have very poor vertical traverse right now, which means they essentially cannot fight back when you're up here. There's not really much reason to kill them right now. They don't give you really anything, but it's occasionally fun to kill them. Though do be warned, the chopper, the Eurasian chopper, can still like wreck you up here. I have -0 kilograms. Hey, Traveler. Yeah, Quinto. They basically, yeah, they the gunhead will come before Christmas. Reggie, yeah, that's the thing that's torn me too. I actually kind of weirdly prefer. We have HQs on us naturally. I kind of weirdly prefer the guns with little to no attachments. Like, aesthetically, I really like the MPL and TKB. And it's kind of refreshing considering the amount of, like, upgrade bloat or, like, attachment bloat a lot of the other guns have. What am I hearing right now? Is there... They just spawned suddenly? Because they just spawned. Considering the amount of, like, weapon upgrade bloat or, like, attachment bloat in the game currently, it kind of... It's not my favorite thing in the world, to be honest. I personally think a more simplified attachment system would be nice and do the devs a lot. If you gave me the choice of having more weapon attachments or having more enemies or more units or more like visual elements in the game from the modelers, I would much prefer to have more models and more units and more other things like that than just attachments. So Bagman is really nice because he's super forgiving when you get into combat, but the caveat with Bagman is you need to be very willing to accept a fight because you generally can't run away from them once you're in them. with Scav Girl, you can get behind cover, you can get into spots, like you can run away from and disengage from combat pretty easily. With Bagman, your way of dealing with combat is going through rather than around sometimes. So essentially just your decision making has to change a bit considering how slow you are. And the biggest thing too is like your sprint doesn't really do anything. It doesn't really. So just get used to like moving without sprint basically. Like I'm holding sprint right now. It's not much extra speed at all. On the plus side though, because sprint mainly fucks with your sprint and Bagman doesn't really have a sprint anyway, it essentially means that you can just carry everything and not have to worry about weight at all. Because I do know that weight actually affects Scav Girl quite a bit. So Ian, it's not necessarily that it has fall off. So grenades, Ian, the grenades, they have a damage radius. So they do have like a, so yeah, so there's two separate entities of the grenades damage. The 1k impact and then a radius, yeah, a radius with a fall off in regards to damage. So when the grenade explodes, right, it is centered on that grenade's explosion, but there's a radius inside that grenade, correct? Yeah. And that's what will that second damage of the explosion is what doesn't proc on the regular grenade launcher for some reason. Maybe he does move like perfectly. It could be a thing too, right? Where if they tied his movement to his leg walking animation as opposed to like a speed. If they started with his animation and then gave a speed based on his animation's distance, I could definitely see that being the case because Bagman is the biggest character, and so his natural stride is going to be the longest. So you like, it's kind of the argument like, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Did they do the movement speed and then made the animation match the movement speed that they wanted to give Bagman, or the walking speed? Or did they make the animation and made the movement match the animation in regards to how fast he goes? And if they did the second, right, the latter, I could definitely see that being the case where he actually does move faster because he is by far the biggest character and it's not even close. Like not even remotely close. But yeah. The XM25 right now is the only grenade launcher that is not bugged. The other two are bugged. The M79 has the same exact issue where the grenades will occasionally just not explode, meaning you're missing a ton of damage. Though sometimes you just have to use this, right? If you're playing a Scav Girl, this is your only option for grenade launcher. So getting occasionally 10k damage is better than getting no 10k damage at all, so. Alright. I think it's time for the best use case for an AA-12. Come here, you. It's time for exo hunting. So once again, if you're unfamiliar, there's currently no armor mechanics in the game. The way armor works is essentially units with more visual armor on them have more HP. They don't have any mitigation at all, they just have more HP. And that's the same for vehicles. So vehicles will just have a giant HP pool. They won't have any way to mitigate incoming damage. And so we have a really interesting thing about the shotguns here. The shotguns do a lot of damage in a wide area, and traditionally you won't hit a single target with all of your pellets, so it doesn't feel that great sometimes, especially with semi-automatic shotguns. But because of the size of targets we'll be shooting at, that being exos, we're gonna hit with most of our pellets, if not all of our pellets, most of the time. And so as mentioned earlier, these shotguns have 20 pellets each of 100 damage, meaning that each shot does 2,000 damage against the HP pool. To give you some perspective, the 50 cal anti-material sniper rifles do 1.1k, and the 36M, the 20 millimeter anti-tank gun, it says 1,000, it does 2,000 damage in game currently. So as long as you're hitting every pellet with your shotgun is doing the same damage in a much faster rate of fire than the 36M, or doing the same damage as 36M, just with a very fast rate of fire. Which means it can actually be remarkably good for vehicle killing. Which we'll go find out. Thanks, Daddy. Appreciate it. But it is why currently auto shotguns are like just so broken in the game, because they just do so much damage. Like the AH, considering how grenade launchers are bugged, except for the XM25, like it makes AH-12s one of the premier ways of just destroying exos.
Stick together.
Though with the upgrades to accuracy on AI in the last patch, it does make them a much more deadlier threat. All right, so we have 2 exos. I think we can get the pilot from Red Baron. What we can get from Red Baron is the actual banner. I've only ever gotten the banner from Red Baron once, after probably killing him like 10 times. I hear that, Quinto. Alright, so now we have Red Baron, and we also have an exo in here. And Red Baron's just a bog standard exo, just colored red. For now.
We're on the clock, people. Kill them quick.
All right. We're about to bring it out here. Though I do... So keep in mind, because we only have right over the shoulder aiming, it traditionally means you do want to have cover on your left. So for example, like right here might be a fine spot to take the fight. Though we're gonna give it a bit more than that, so we're probably gonna come over here. Is Rat King here? No, it's worse. Medium mechs. I haven't seen medium mechs in this trench line in a while. Holy shit. Usually Rat King. They might complicate things a bit, actually. How many medium mechs are on this freaking map right now? Only one over here, okay. So 3 total. Okay, we need to be careful. Like, this is a prime instance, for example, of like when an exo or when a medium mech might accidentally kill you. They're fighting cyborgs. We'll probably need to go to our other approach. I was gonna fight the exos over here, but the medium mechs being in the fields here kind of complicate things. Yeah, the sudden explosion. Oh no, the USAS. Okay, they do usually go back down the ravine. That's terrifying. This is going to be 2 exos and 2 giant medium mechs. I always love when the exos get into this animation. They go into like a slow stutter step. It looks like they're prancing around. No, don't you step on me. Traveler, probably the end of next week. There's a Steam sale starting on the 19th. That's my guesstimate now. Hey, Tanner. 2 years. No.
Bring the heat.
Aw, how cute. Here we can see the medium mech reproductive cycle. It's beautiful. Well, if they're stuck... Nice, Tanner. I imagine next week's probably a good instance of that. Like I said, I'm expecting to see like another like small sale in the game, like a 10-20% sale plus a patch next week to coincide with the holiday sale. So that's probably a good time. They're very pragmatic, Quinto. I like looking over Europa. Like Europa is just like a bog standard pragmatic military, and like it's refreshing to see that. Like it's cool that we have Eurasia's weird designs, and like the way I'll phrase it is like this: Europa hasn't really changed at all. They're just a practical military, and like their idea of surviving the apocalypse, the nuclear war, is just to do the same thing, just be pragmatic. Eurasia is trying to solve the post-nuclear war world with technology by making more and more advanced things, and even perhaps abandoning humanity altogether by becoming cyborgs. And then you have Euraska, which is opposed to technology or pragmatism, kind of melds them a bit together. They try to actually just almost forcibly evolve with biology, if you will, to like live through the future. So you have like the adaptation of Euraska. You have trying to like adapt their form to fit the new environment that they're in. You have Eurasia trying to solve it with technology by just having, you know, solving all of the problems with high tech, and kind of forgetting about the humanity in the process. And then you have Europa, which is kind of just like, we're just gonna be, you know, we're sort of status quo. Why change anything? Why break what works? Just be pragmatic about it. Oh, we need more food? What? That's fine. What can be food? Dead bodies? Dead bodies are still food for us. Why not use dead bodies? Let's be realistic about it, right? We need food. Dead bodies are food, so let's just turn dead bodies into food. Okay, so considering... Very weird. We probably didn't go far enough away to actually start a despawn trigger for these. So we're just gonna wait in here to ambush one of these exos. Yeah, like the biggest thing I'll say about Euraska is it seems that like their ideology of like adapting to the future is just... It's almost like a very Resident Evil sort of vibe with Euraska, right? In regards to... Oh, like, let's embrace the next stage of evolution by forcibly changing humans into a form that can survive in this environment. It's kind of why, for example, too, why Euraska and Eurasia might be... one of the reasons why they're buddy-buddy, right? So Euraska and Eurasia are friends and allies. And it could be for geographic reasons, right, considering their proximity, but it also could be too because their ideologies align a lot more than Europa's, because Euraska still needs to use technology as a stopgap to kind of force this evolution to happen, right? They need the technology that Eurasia has, while Eurasia might also need that biology that Euraska can provide, right? Like Eurasian might have all of the cool advanced tech, but they might need help implementing that tech into cyborgs and human forms, right? To like evolve into the next state of evolution, which is in their ideology, like robots or cyborgs. While Eurasian just needs that technology to help them kind of perfect their ability to like bioengineer themselves into like an adaptable form for the new environment they're in. Yes, this is Red Baron. We're hunting him. Actually, I guess that's it. It's right now. These are all unpiloted suits, so it's just it's literally just an exosuit with no pilot. All right, let's wait till it gets a little bit closer. We're a bit far away still, but we should be able to nuke with one magazine. Here we go. All right, hold on. There we go. We were a bit far away, so all our pellets weren't hitting. So like, I think it was like, what, like 33, 34 shots to kill it? Or sorry, like 34, 35. All right, any pilots in the area? Just debris. Just debris and no banner. Typical Red Baron shit. That's one thing I'm hoping to in regards to like this October to this December patch. Fixed quests. Quite a few of the quests are still quite bugged. No, it's literally the best gun in the game. Like the AA-12 with 32 rounds. If we were closer to the EXO and wasn't concerned with getting like one-shotted by its stomp, yeah, 32 rounds will kill it. The biggest downside of the EXO, or sorry, the auto shotgun is that you can't silence it. So like as you saw there, after we finished killing the EXO, we had a squad of Europeans right behind us murdering us. Yeah, connecting the dots is very interesting too, right? Because it has you go to different maps, and it's a secret container on Scorched Enclave, which just sounds interesting, right? Bring her in or connecting the dots? What the hell? That's gotta be this, right? It looks like this. I will say, this is the reason why I like this puzzle too. There you go, got it. Like, it's an interesting puzzle because it's a bit random and how easy or hard it is, but also like, it can take, when you're under stress and getting shot at, or you need to open doors, it is like an interestingly, like, it's simple, but can be hard. Because the symbols can actually require some like deciphering of which symbol it is. Like, is it this one or is it this one? Depending on the orientation. It's actually, I think it's like, it's, in regards to a lot of mini games I've played in games, I actually surprisingly like this one. It's not overbearing, it's pretty simple, it's straightforward, and like, it can be hard and stressful at times, depending on the context of what's going on around you. Yeah, the EXO is for exosuit, so right now the pilot, so there's a video called the EXO Lifecycle from Fundog, and you can actually watch that, and that is the EXO that we see in game currently outside of the pilot. There is currently no visible pilot on the EXOs, it's just an empty shell currently. And that could just because they don't have the rigging yet currently available for the pilots or the full functionality for the pilots. Or it could be because the EXO actually has two states. It has a piloted state and it has a no pilot state, which kind of does make sense considering how exposed the pilot is in the EXOs. Like, they would get knocked out all of the time. No idea, Quinto, though. It has been a while. I am curious, like, there's gotta be a Q&A. Well, naturally it has to be this week, right? There's no way it's not this week, but I should expect soon, right? They closed the channel, I think, on Friday. And, like, remember, the Q&As are just the devs talking for like 20, 30 minutes, right? It's not a lot of work for them. It's mainly just the work for the person editing it. They're probably social media manager. So it's a pretty straightforward video too, of just people talking. So I can't imagine it taking that long to edit. 30 minutes editing. Like if they recorded it on Friday, a day or two, I would expect like end of day today or like sometime later this week, but like no later than the end of this week. Oh, Tanner, I'm working more Lord videos too. Keep in mind though, like people like it has been a recurring theme. Yes, it's mostly speculative. We're using context clues in game to try to learn more about factions. It is at the end of the day all speculative though. But that's like kind of, I think, the point though too, right? Like Fundog has directly said that like they don't want to just like lore dump you. They want to like show you things in game and have you make your own inferences. They want to show, not tell. Like they might change that tune eventually, but it might just be a setting right where they never really want to fully. They much would rather have you fill out the gaps in your head and your own mind space than tell you something you might not like. I mean, Spooks, having made videos myself, quite a lot of them. Yeah, editing can take a lot of time. But in regards to like considering the current format of their Q&As, in regards to the amount of work editing, the amount of editing required on that, it's not that much. That's something that, you know, that's when you get a pipeline ready for like, look at people like Pestily, for example, right? Pestily or other people who like, you know, make content around a single game and they pump out that content religiously. And naturally, Pestyly's not the one editing. He has an editor for him. But they have pipelines ready, and they have formats ready, and they have templates ready for like things like a Q&A, or things like where they're just talking over a screen for like patch notes or stuff like that, or just Q&As. It's not like a lot of editing in regards to that. Oh, no, yeah, it's Spooks. It's just, yeah, Q&As. They're just talking. Yeah, they're unlisted, so a weird thing, I'm not sure why they do it, Spooks. They'll post the Q&As to Steam, and they'll post it to the Discord, but it will always be an unlisted link. So you won't ever find it on YouTube just by searching, at least for now. So you'll have to go to the Steam page or to the Discord to actually see the links for the Q&As there. I'm not sure why they exactly do that, but I'm sure they have their reasons. All right, let's get an exo to spawn again so I can get a pilot. There we go. All right, so you didn't know. We ran away for a bit. We fully left the spawn trigger area for this and came back and triggered the spawn to happen again. Let's go ahead and start pulling, guys. Come on, I know you can pass to me. Oh yeah, no worries. Yeah, it's gonna be in like their announcement channel, or you can see it on the Steam page too. Like I said, I don't know why they don't list their videos on YouTube. But yeah, it's basically just the devs on like a Skype webcam talking to, just talking to a screen essentially, answering questions. So it's a pretty light, like, in regards to video editing, there's not much there. Hey. So we are pretty far away, so most of our shells aren't landing, but we're still gonna kill it eventually. There we go. So naturally you can see it's not as efficient as just like killing it up close, but much safer. And the biggest thing too is that the exo can't pass through that doorway, so it's kind of just stuck in this weird loop of moving back and forth. It's like one of the big things too I want to see in the AI patterns also. Like right now the AI, when it aggroes, only walks forward to you. It tries to path to you, and when it sees you, it tries to shoot you. But it will always try and path to you for the most part. Which means in the case of not being able to go through this doorway, it'll try to path all the way around to you, and it'll turn around and, you know, just shoot it. So one big thing I want to see eventually is like the ability to like hold the AI to like actually have different stances, right? So for example, some AI might have an area like, so considering Europa is defending here, it'd be interesting if Europa had mainly a defend control, like a defend pattern here, where they're mostly stationary or they're very hesitant to actually move. They're okay with letting you break contact. They're just not going to give up what they're defending. It would make the AI a lot deadlier too. Like right now, a lot of the tricks for like kind of cheesing the AI revolves like actually aggroing them on purpose and then pulling them into like a line or a corridor to murder them one by one. It would actually be much harder if they were willing to like stand still or defend an area and make you come to them. Yeah, and it also just, it would bring up the monotony too in regards to like the aggro patterns currently. It's something that you start to notice immediately after a few I would say it does take a while to actually start noticing stuff like this. It depends too on like how much you're trying to actually notice it, but it does like make the AI feel much more alive. Let's do some mech trenches. Like, you don't need to, like, make this, like, massive crazy AI system. Just having a few different patterns for the AI to follow, just to break up some monotony, is huge. I guess that's from the MG34. Like, I really don't think it feels great to use, but let's give it an honest chance again. No, let's bring it to 700. It's fine. And we'll bring... So... We're going to bring the MG34 as our primary, but we're going to start using the AA32, or the AA12, or the USAS, either one works really, as kind of like our get out of jail free card. So if we ever get into a bad spot, we can bail ourselves out by just using these massively OP weapons. Oh, definitely Toy Soldier. I would like to see, like, instances, right, where like if you kill a bunch of Europans, you get European HK. You kill a bunch of Eurasians, you get a bunch of Eurasian HK. Thanks, Spooks. It's gonna be probably later. It depends. At the absolute, I'm still working on the script. It's gonna be a longer video than what I traditionally do so far, which is gonna slow me down a bit. Today's Wednesday, right? Yeah, Wednesday. Like early to mid like maybe early mid next week, I would say, perhaps. It depends on what happens between now and then, but like I'm expecting somewhere in that ballpark. This is not the right map. God damn it. It's covering Eurasia in some capacity. HLP, not really now. There is an update coming soon for Gunhead and other things too. Guesstimates being end of next week to coincide with the Steam sale. Guesses, though, who knows exactly when it's going to come out. They said before Christmas. That's the only thing they definitively gave us. So before Christmas was sometime this year. It's the only thing we know for an absolute fact. There was a few patches here and there, mainly hotfixes and so on and so forth. One big thing is they did rebalance the guns a bit. You have different headshot multipliers, and it kind of made some guns better than others. So, for example, right now 308 is like the one caliber now that will consistently headshot all unarmored infantry in the game. So basically, if it's not an EOD or Yoruska male infantry, it'll one-shot them to the head. So it has made like the 308 round kind of the best round for like defeating infantry for the most part. That's really funny. Yeah, like that's the biggest thing, like biggest thing to HLP. It's not one of those games where you need to like stay here and grind. It's a game you play for the atmosphere ever so often, then you come back to it later after they patch it. And that's the nice thing about early access too, right? Is you can get like on board for a game early, and then you can like come back a year later and see all of the progress, right? And it's kind of like it's really fun to kind of come back to a game like this and like see all the things they've changed over the course of a year. So we picked the wrong map there. So a quick run in, run out to get that to get the right map. All right, back trenches, elevator. Yeah, I'm concerned too. Like, that was definitely an aspect of the first big content patch in October that kind of let me down a bit. The patch notes, they weren't bad, but I definitely felt the patch notes were at least a bit misleading in certain elements. Like, one of the aspects of the patch notes were like, they were like, we fixed a bunch of quests, and then I played the game and tried out all the quests that were broken, and I don't think any of them were fixed. And so, like, there was, like, a little bit of, like, miscommunication there, I guess, in some capacity. I just want to do connecting the dots so bad. It's such a cool idea. Yeah, here's the MG34. Like, right now, I think the biggest problem is that, like, it just feels like everything's misaligned weirdly. Like, we have the red dot off-center from the actual irons, and then we have this weird tube here. I don't even mind the tube, it's just off-putting. Or is it rather, it's just in the field of view. Thanks, I appreciate it. That's not the intent behind the name, but I too. That's cool, thanks. This is Mech Trench, though. If you didn't know, back in the, I think apparently in the alpha or the beta, or the old builds of the game, far long ago, Elephant Mausoleum, Mech Trench, and Scrapyard used to be one map. And then they realized the performance was terrible and they couldn't actually handle it, so they broke them up. HLP, that's the current, like, that's the current thing with a lot of the guns right now, are the optics are the optics and irons are incredibly misaligned. Like, and so I will generally default to third-person aiming a lot more than actual ADSing, because the ADSing is terrible for most, if not all, guns. There are a few guns that aren't as bad, but they're all misaligned. I imagine it's a thing to do with the camera toy soldier, but like, they haven't mentioned it, but hopefully it's something that they're going to address when they rehaul, or hopefully fix all the irons in one fell swoop. Oh, for sure, yeah. I know for, like, I think the biggest thing is they want to, like, they don't want to, it seems like they do not want to fake what you're seeing on screen, but that's always been a trope in video, and like, that's always been a thing in video games, right? Is like, all of these things that you're seeing on screen are always usually compromises or things of making you feel like what you're seeing is more than what you're getting. And what I'm basically saying in this is that developers generally find creative solutions to cheat to make things more performative, right? Especially when it comes to limitations. It's, for example, like a reason why DLSS is both a blessing and a curse. Because it has allowed developers to not necessarily be lazy, and some of them definitely could be lazy in that regard, but more just focus on other things, right? they don't need to optimize their graphics when, you know, they can just put upscaling in the game and it's fixed. But when you actually have things that you want to do that are constrained by performance, you start having to need to come up with creative ways of implementing those in games while not making them performance heavy. And the problem is that they definitely seem like they want to have the best of both worlds. They don't want to cheat, and they also want to have a bunch of ambiance in the game. They want to have mechs fighting in the background for real. They want to have units fighting on the field for real. They want all of it to be in the game and grounded. But that's generally never really been a case of, like, you can't have... When it comes to ambiance, you do have to kind of give up some ground and be like, okay, these things are going to be off map. They're not going to be real. They're going to be like, you know, visual components or sprites off map, as opposed to being real, like, 3D modeled entities. There has to be some compromises here and there in regards to ambiance and things like that. And it seems like right now, or like, it seems like when they originally were making things like Elephant Mausoleum, that used to be Mausoleum plus Trenches plus Nexus, they were going for this grand design where you had these massive different battles going on, and they maybe didn't take in consideration that, you know, you kind of have to cheat a lot on maps like that. Like, for example, in Escape from Tarkov, Streets. Streets is a giant map, but Streets has a few things going for it too. Streets, because it's a massive urban center, the way they made Streets a lot more performative is they have massive culling areas. So essentially areas where, like, they don't render a lot of the map at the same time, right? Because naturally that's the way you save performance. But even then, they still have to give, like, certain players a way of playing the map too with their own there's literally a setting in the game called, like, the Streets setting that you enable when Streets isn't well run for you, because I think you use a lot of VRAM or something like that. But yeah, the point I'm getting across here is that there's compromises that maybe they're now accepting that they didn't originally want to do before, like breaking up maps into smaller maps, or having more cheaty ways of making things feel immersive without literally being immersive, or being real without actually literally being real. Things that emulate but maybe not actually are. Exactly, like HLP, right? That's a big thing. Like, for example, that's one of the big things too, in regards to the respawn areas, is when you leave and come back, it resets, or basically it deletes and respawns new units there. It doesn't keep the old ones. And if they could, like, even if they have to de-render them, even if they have to, like, you know, even if they have to not show them on screen anymore, it would be nice if there was some persistence in regards to, like, where they moved or how they moved or so on and so forth. It's like, naturally, I don't expect you to be able to, like, render or, like, put in your game 100 units constantly on the map and have it be performative, right, with this level of fidelity. But it would be nice for some consistency in regards to, like, where units are, where you left them, or, like, for example, like you were saying in X4, like having almost a game within a game, and having things happening, like having processes and things in the game happening outside of what you can see to simulate a battle going on that you might not be able to directly see or render, right? So, for example, let's use this example, right? Say, for example, we're in this, like, in server room, right? We don't need to render things outside. There could just be, like, static battle sounds playing from outside, perhaps, or even it could be playing sound effects outside, depending on what it has going on in its logic. But we could say that all of these things out here are no longer spawned. Say there's, like, a massive battle going on in here. We enter this room, and, like, maybe it quiets down or goes into ambience mode or goes into some other mode, right? But all of those units out there despawn in regards to, like, their visual models for performance. But if there was another game, right, they say they move, for example, into like a more of like a 2D plane, right, where they're just fighting, like they're basically simulated fighting with other units, right? And the game will keep track of what units dies or what unit lives or so on and so forth. They kind of go to a chessboard, if you will. And when you come back, that chess game is played out to some extent, and it basically respawns that chessboard for you in this kind of new state. Yeah, multiplayer naturally is always a concern with it too, right? But I imagine too, if it's all on the host, it's always going to be an issue. For example, when you have like 4 players across the map from each other in their own little environments. If the host has to like do all of the AI for all of those areas, I imagine it's to be terrible no matter what you do. Blessed be the peer-to-peer. But I definitely think there are some like interesting solutions to this problem in regards to persistence that they can do. And it doesn't need to be perfect. It's one of those systems, right, where as long as it's not as blatant as directly respawning the units where they traditionally respawn, it would probably be good enough. Like, the biggest thing is when you play this game enough, you learn the spawn points, and knowing those spawn points makes things feel very unimmersive. So even if they just like shifted things around, even if they faked it and had different areas, like as opposed, so they could even, holy shit, what the fuck? Like, so here comes the faking again, right? So as opposed to even having this full system in place, you can fake that system being existing, right? You can provide the illusion of that system existing. So you could have different spawn points on the map and different states depending on maybe the time in raid or if that spawn point is already triggered once, right? So say for example, we visit the mech hangar on Mausoleum that we were just at, right? The one we walked into it spawned everything. It could keep a tally in the memory of how many times you've been there and different states of that area. Essentially, the first spawn, default spawn. They spawn at the bottom and head on up. But the next time you go back there, if they've despawned, they spawn at a different area or they spawn at a different configuration. They spawn in a way that indicates that, oh, you've been here before, they need to be in a different spot now. And there could be variations to that, right? So say, for example, you visit the first time, right? It's the normal Europans there. You visit the second time, it could be maybe the Europans and the Europans and the cyborgs fought, and the cyborgs won. So you have a bunch of dead corpses of Eurasians around and cyborgs there. And that kind of gives you the illusion of, oh, there was a fight here when I was gone and the cyborgs won. And you get variations of that, so on and so forth, right? So I will say, in regards to AI, I like the use of, like, there's a difference between using AIs only, like there's a difference between only using AI and then using AI as a tool. Like, it's, if you use AI as a way of producing your game without any additional input, it's bad. But a developer, an artist using a tool, like, if an artist uses an AI for a starting point, right, or AI, like, if, for example, say, for example, they had a system, right, where they have, it's perfect for storyboarding, it's perfect for storyboarding or getting a starting point. It's perfect for, like, so say, for example, right, you develop a system where you have a model, like you create a model, and then I'm sure things already have this too. I'm sure this already exists in some capacity, but you basically have an AI kind of come up with a rigging for it, that model, right off the get-go. But then after it does that rigging, because that rigging is definitely not going to be perfect, you have an actual animator go in and fix that rigging, or a model go in and fix that rigging after that. But you automate that first step in regards to, like, generating that rigging, right, to save you some time. So it's not doing all of the work for you, but it is saving you, it is making your job, it's making you more efficient. It's not, but if they go, but it makes that job for the model or the animator much more efficient, but there's ways to abuse it too. It actually invites abuse, right? So If a developer just like creates the rigging for the model and this is good enough, I don't need to touch this at all, then it starts getting malicious, right? In the sense of, oh, I'm relying on this AI as opposed to using the AI to help me. So there's definitely cases where AI can be very, very useful in regards to developing things, but it definitely can be, it's just like DLSS, you know, frame generation, so on and so forth. Like, it can easily be abused by people who do not want to put the work in, but at the same time, when people actually utilize the tool itself on top of what a good process, it can be transformative, right? When you have when you can run a game at 60 FPS and then go to like 120 or 90 with DLSS, it feels so nice, especially when you have a high, like, for a first monitor. Okay. Yeah, MG34, it's not bad, it just feels awkward. If like, that's the problem with like having guns like this in game. It's also the reason why I'm not necessarily sold on the attachment system. When you can create a bunch of different guns that fulfill the roles of others, it kind of just invites direct comparison of X is better than Y, so Y never gets used. So for example, right, the M60 is just a better three-way LMG than the MG34. So why ever use the MG34 when the M60 exists? There's nothing, like, I can see the case being that this has a bayonet eventually, right? So if it did help melee a bit, I can see the case for this perhaps, but you know, this is better than this, so why use this? And it's kind of the same system too with the LMG, the SAL, and the M4, but the LMG versus the M4 makes sense, right? Because not all characters can use LMGs. But like RPD, right? The RPD is just a worse RPK, and the RPK has less restrictions, so why ever use the RPD? Yeah, Quinto, exactly. And that's the big thing too, right? Is it helps people get into things they might not know a ton about. Like, for example, right? I'll give you a process of a bit. The way I personally use AI the most is it helps me learn what to Google. So, for example, I might not know the name of something. So, for example, a mechanical part, I'll show an image of that to like ChatGPT and ask, what is this? And I won't trust ChatGPT to give me the right answer, but it's going to give me options of what it might be that I can go Google and get actual validation. And ban. Actual validation on what that is from a real source, not ChatGPT, right? Because you can't necessarily trust what it says as factual, but it can help you get the additional idea of what that might be to go actually learn what to Google or research or start out with. Is it time for you? I think it's time for you. Should we use the uncursed stall? Let's use the uncursed stall. We're still giving the 300 rounds, but like, let's not use the magazine that we can actually see. So suppressor we have, and let's make sure. Yeah, 1.1. It's crazy too to me that this does like so much less damage than an actual M4. It feels weird. Yeah, when you start getting over to artwork, it's a bit different. Like, when you, it's hard. What's the right way of wording this? The AI models to generate art are a lot different than just ChatGPT, right? Because those models that generate art have to be trained on art outside. Like, they have to be trained on human art, correct? Like art created by humans. And so when it generates arts off these trained art models, right, it's doing so from the influence of a bunch of different artists. And those artists don't see a penny, for example, right, for all their hard work to create that art. It's not like they do, to be honest, in the first place, because they don't get paid much at all. That's the struggle of being an artist. But I could definitely, I'm very pro ChatGPT, but I understand the hesitance of like generative AI models for like art and models and so on and so forth, right? I could definitely understand that a lot. And I'm much more concerned about it than, say, ChatGPT just giving you like information. There's like, so for ChatGPT, right, it's basically just an interactive Wikipedia to some extent. But for the art models, right, there's not really a Wikipedia for art, if you will. There's not an open source area where there's a bunch of art for it to ingest. So it has to go find art online and ingest all of that art, right? It's weird. Yeah, I mean, it's not... If we're gonna get into like the environmental effects of like art, I would much rather be like, or AI, I would like, if we're gonna start being concerned with the environmental impacts of computing, I would go after Bitcoin and coins that you have to mine via compute power more than AI. Yes, they both require vast amounts of compute power, but one actually provides, I would say, much more literal, actual worth in regards to what it does than the other. Like, if we're gonna have the argument of, like, you know, the massive, like, farms for AIs that we need to have, right? Data farms and so on and so forth, that's one thing, but at the same time, we have, at least, like, the AIs actually provide some degree of utility and, like, helpfulness, while Bitcoin and stuff like that, you're just literally mining and spending electricity and graphics cards to create, you know, artificial worth. Wasn't there some news on that recently about, like, some Google thing? I don't know. I think it's, like, glanced over it. It glows. No, there's something that is like, it's a quantum chip, right? Doing something. Yeah, it's like, it's entirely, like, they solve problems that conventional computers can't solve, but they're only useful for those niche problems that conventional computers can't solve, like finding prime numbers. Yeah, I don't unfortunately know much about quantum computers other than the fact that, like, yeah, they need to be, like, low temperatures. Like, low temperatures, they don't function like normal computers, and, like, if we ever get them in mass, it's gonna break cryptography. Did you just spawn behind me? Like, that's the biggest thing to be concerned about is quantum computers. Like, if they ever become prevalent, like, every known form of encryption's gonna fucking just be terrible all of a sudden. Yeah, much better. I kind of, unless there's like a lot of additional utility for like the handle, having an actual optic on this feels a lot better. Because it actually is, it's not, you can know that it's not accurate per se, but you can get a pretty good idea of where the bullet is going. Because it's going at the very, very bottom of the circle, right? The outside circle. So you can actually consistently get headshots. Which seems pretty important for its damage output, right? Like, it definitely seems like without the headshots, like, this gun is just, Though, when you get 300 rounds of Magnum capability, it does have this cool factor to it. Oh, wait, hold on here. Are we alone? That's what I was waiting for. So, regardless on if you compensate for recoil or not, you basically build up recoil as you fire, and it will immediately send you down to like from the ceiling all the way down to the floor when you finish firing. And so when you don't let go, it just builds up all that recoil, and it's literally like a spring. A recoil spring, but on your character. Because that's the big thing too. So like, see a toy soldier. So there's two factors. There's one that like AI factories are just producing these goods regardless of if they need them or not. So like these factories have been running for a very long time. They're all underground and they're safe, and they just pump out these fresh guns and materials and so on and so forth. Though at the same time, I do agree with you. Like, I do hope they do a pass on the models and kind of like punk them up a bit, like diesel punk, dystopia punk, just like metal fly them a bit too, right? I imagine like the oil infrastructure for like plastics isn't fantastic, so seeing a lot of polymers around and so on and so forth, it feels a bit weird. I'm not saying they couldn't exist, but at the same time, like, I could definitely see instances, right, where like Europa leans on very conventional like sheet metal or like metal parts, like steel parts. Like, imagine if this Scar wasn't in like all this polymer but was in steel instead, or like was wireframed to be in steel, or so on and so forth. It's why, for example, my favorite gun in the game, not even close, not even remotely close to anything, is the MPL. Look at this sexy beast. It is just straight stamp metal beauty. It looks like it belongs in this setting. Naturally, that's just me though. I'm sure other people think of different things about this, but by far, it's so beautiful. Though, I will say, this looks beautiful for this faction like Europa and like this warfare area. I don't actually have that many problems with Eurasia having P90s, aesthetically speaking. It fits their faction. This kind of high-tech, sleek faction for Eurasia, I think it fits. But for like, for the conventionality and the pragmatism of Europa, it makes me really want to see a lot more metal components for them. I want to see kind of like some ruggedness to some degree. Like, we see it throughout all of the units, right? This like, we don't care about aesthetics, we're just here for gun. But yeah, so what did we learn today? Probably M60. Like, M60 is probably, I would say, the best LMG right now. Followed by the SAW if you really want a 5.56 with 300 rounds, then the MG34, and then the RPD. RPD is not very good, just use an RPK. HMG, Painless is still Bay. Hold on, we're gonna do one more. This will be the last one, but I can't not use Painless one more time. I think we only use Painless once today at the very beginning. It does not do us justice not to end on Painless. Grenade launcher wise, XM25, use it. Melee wise, don't melee any units outside of cyborgs. It's really good for crawlers and for scramblers. Considering the amount of, I don't think scramblers have a hitbox. So scramblers are the bipedal cyborgs. They don't appear to have hitboxes because they don't get one shot to the head. But the nice thing about them, they do die to one melee hit. So they're really fast to get to you, but then you can just melee them and they die. Regular like runner cyborgs, I would probably say still stick to like shooting them, but you can melee them in 2 shots, but probably just stick to melee. But crawlers and scramblers, melee them all day. And I think the only fitting map for this, we need more ammo actually. The only fitting map for this is definitely going to be Nexus. But yeah, Painless is the only like HMG in the game. Only Bagman can use it, and it's amazing. It's really fun to use. It's great. But yeah. And then shotguns, like shotguns outside the Vepr 12, which is a really bitch to get. AA12, or like really USAS and the AA12 both work perfectly fine, but the AA12 has more magazine capacity, so it gets a higher grade than the USAS.
Let's roll out. Got it.
And so, if you haven't experienced Painless, right, it's basically a more accurate firing HMG, or sorry, much more accurate rate of fire wise than the other LMGs. It actually has an actual high rate of fire. Hello, where are you guys? There they are. It's literally a buzzsaw. This is Painless. This is the HMG. They have a machine gun that only Bagman can use. It's chambered in 50 cal, and it actually shoots real fast. Are they stuck somewhere? Where are they? Well, I'm not gonna wait for them. They want to spawn, they can spawn. Oh no, it actually, like, the animations that you can see are not like up to par yet, but it does look like a very, like, it looks cool for the setting. Did I actually... Okay, ignore one of the bodies there. I thought I missed all the civilians. Hey, look, it's the brawlers. Look how scary they are. Look how scary the brawlers are. It's insane to me that this gun, like, how we as scavengers have this gun, and there is nothing remotely as close as scary on any faction. Like, why do we have this and then these guys have nothing? Be free before I accidentally murder you. See you, Quinto. It's like, definitely like play some Bagman. This quest is off Eurasia. It's called Hostile Expungement. It's really easy to do. It just gets us killing 15-year opens, and then they give you this, which I guess means that they manufacture it, but they don't use it. Well, it's weird though. If we manufacture it, it'd be different, but we get it as a gift from Eurasia for killing a bunch of Europans, which feels really weird. You can just like see all the rounds coming from it too. Like look at the stream of rounds coming from it on the right. Like, you can't give me this gun and not say I'm not that guy. It would be, considering our conversations earlier, Little Papa, on the Tack Cam, it would kind of be interesting concept that these factions are so rigid in their ways and what the AIs produce for them. They don't have the ingenuity to come up with, like, kind of these crackhead solutions like this. Like, it'd be cool if this, like, so we can kind of see that this, like, has the, in the very center, right, it has the very, like, looking feeling of an MG34 that's been modified. So it'd be cool if, like, the whole aesthetic or the theme with scavengers were, like, taking the stuff from other factions and by combining them, making them better. Just... It would be interesting, Frog, for sure. Though I can definitely see, too, of, like, there's definitely be, like, faction that guys, right? Like, Orgamechs are kind of that way, right? Like, the Orgamechs are like that one-man army. It's like literally a Eurasian Space Marine. It's so fun moving down with this. I'm not gonna lie to you. The guns like this definitely give me at least some degree of want for like not like over the top gore, just like little things like, you know, arms coming off, like visible bullet impacts, like nothing like a full system's worth of time or development, just like extra decals or impacts or just like small things here and there. Like, it doesn't need to be like a full dismembered system like, by any means. Just like a little bit of extra ambiance of like seeing someone get destroyed by like a massive amount of 50 cal or like a shotgun or so on and so forth. Also, if you've ever fought brawlers before, brawlers are really scary and they're literally mincemeat to this thing. Like, if you can't chain stagger brawlers, they kill you very quickly. Was that a sniper? Hold on. He had a weird looking gun. Give me a second here. Like, he had a long looking gun. Was that a... Oh, it was an officer. Oh, I might die here, but it was worth it. We're good. I need your body to despawn. I guess it was an officer. I've never seen a Eurasian with an AK before. That was really weird. I think it could be their DMR. It could have been maybe a Eurasian sniper or an officer with a DMR. The DMR, so there's a quest called like Ashen Mesa Sniper, right? And you go on Ashen Mesa and kill the sniper, and he actually drops that AK too, right? Well, he has a different model from what the destroyed model turns into. It looks like honestly a PSG-1 with a wooden stock, or like that French DMR from like the 50s or 60s, like the mass or the M something, right? It looks like that, but maybe it doesn't have a destroyed state yet, so it turned into a AK. I've only ever seen Eurasian snipers though on that quest. Interesting. All right, that's it for today, everyone. Thank you for watching. I'll be back on Friday. New video probably early to mid next week. We'll have to see how long it takes me. It's gonna be like a longer video for me usually than what you eventually do, so it might take me more time to edit. But thanks for watching. See you guys next week, or see you guys Friday. And hopefully we'll see patch. And naturally, if the patch was to come, they say tomorrow or like a weird time, I'll be streaming that day too. So look for me for the patch day. All right, see y'all. Take it easy and bye.